Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our board meeting being held today in Bristol, and welcome to all of the people who I know are joining us online. I'm pleased to say we've got a complete full house for both the board and the executive today. Though that said, Professor Robin May, our Chief Scientist, is joining us online, and Katie Pettifer, Director of Strategy and Regulatory Compliance, is actually attending another event but is joining us online for the first half of this meeting, particularly for the papers on the local authority and achieving business compliance. So welcome to Katie and Robin. We can certainly see you and hope you can hear us. Since our last meeting, I was going to tell you that interviews for the position of the Deputy Chair of the FSA have been held, and I'm hopeful, indeed confident, I think, that ministers will be able to make an appointment by the end of the year. In the interim, I'm really grateful to Mark Rolfe, who has been standing in as Deputy Chair, and incredibly grateful to Mark for the support that he's provided both to me and to the agency during this time. We've received 31 questions from members of the public in advance of this meeting, those that relate to papers on today's agenda. These have all been published on our website, and board members have had an opportunity to consider them in advance. I'm relatively confident that we'll cover the main thrust of most of these questions in the discussions, but notwithstanding that, we will provide a written response to each of the questions, and those will be published on our website alongside the papers from this meeting. So after that sort of reminder of the process for questions, let me also move on to the other usual item at the start of these meetings, which is just to ask if any of my colleagues on the board have any new external interests that they wish to declare, or indeed any ongoing interests which are pertinent to items which are on the agenda today. No, nothing to declare. Thank you. So in which case we'll press on now to just consider the minutes of the last board meeting. And my first question is really whether people are content to accept these as an accurate record of that meeting. Yes. Lots of nods around the table. Thank you. And if we move then to the actions arising, I'm pleased to see that all but 2 of the actions are complete. One of those outstanding actions is sort of half done, relates to traceability. The board had a very useful briefing on current methods for traceability, which was provided to us by Julie Pearce. This followed on from the discussion we had in relation to precision breeding. But the board are quite keen that we stay very updated on how technology and processes are developing, particularly as we continue to think about precision breeding and our response to the consultation. So we've kept that item as a sort of open agenda item, just so that we keep it on our radar. The second item that isn't ticked off is around the terms of reference for the Food Advisory Committee. I know that there was a meeting on, I think in the middle of last month, between the chairs of the FACs in Northern Ireland and in Wales. And I understand that there are some draft terms of reference, but they are going to be discussed and will come to the next board. So I think that's fine. So I'd just like to ask if there are any other comments from anybody on any of the actions which are marked as complete, anything that you wanted to follow up or you need more information on. There's just one that I wanted to touch on, which was action 5, actually, from the previous meeting, which, Robin, this one's slightly in your court, which was about developing a mechanism for the board to contribute to oversight of the work of the Science Council. So this is marked as complete, but when I read the completion, it essentially says that a proposal will go to EMT, and that doesn't really feel to me like the board being up updated on what it was. So whilst I'm happy to leave that as complete in the minutes, can we just make sure that we do pick that up and ensure that the board really are properly connected into that work? Any other comments from anyone else on those actions? If not, we'll move into the new items for today. And as usual, we'll start just with some reflections from me on the last few months. What I'd say is, and I'm sure I always say this, I probably sound a bit like a broken record, that it feels like it's been a particularly busy few months of meetings, visits, and various other engagements. And the full list of those has been published as usual. I think it's fair to say that these discussions have tended to revolve around two of the big legislative pieces of work that the FSA is involved in, so precision breeding and the border target operating model. I've also attended a number of meetings where I've been discussing our regulatory reform priorities, and we'll touch on both the local authority issues and on regulatory reform in the papers for this meeting. I think the one visit I'd like to make specific mention to is that I was invited to visit our FSA counterparts in Germany, in Berlin, at two organisations, BFR and BVL. And the conversations, interestingly, covered very similar topics. It's not surprising. We know that in Europe, precision breeding is also a big issue, and they are interested in the new import control system that we're looking at for goods from the EU. So there was a lot of overlap in the conversations. I think it's probably also worth mentioning that there's been a noticeable theme in many of my conversations around ultra-processed food. Many stakeholders have been asking about what the FSA is doing in this area, and I'm pleased that the exec have been able to identify a small team of people to progress some of our thinking in this area, and notably around the science and the evidence base, which would enable us to think about what needs to be done. And I also know that particularly through Robin May, we've been working very closely with the Department of Health on this issue too. The other thing that I wanted to remind everyone of is that during this period we've laid our annual report on food standards jointly with Food Standards Scotland, and I was really pleased that we were able to hold parliamentary events both in Westminster and in the Senedd. It was a really good opportunity to meet with parliamentarians and also with many of our other stakeholders. And I'm really glad that some of the board members were able to join me at those two events. I wanted just to take this opportunity to say a really heartfelt thank you to all of the team that put the annual report together, and to everyone across both the FSA and FSS who provided data, and also to the teams who were involved in planning the launch event and all the other communications. I know that I only see a fraction of the work that goes into producing these things, but I am incredibly grateful. I think it's a really important annual statement of food standards in the UK, and I know from the feedback from stakeholders that it is much, much appreciated. I think it's a really important way for us and for Food Standards Scotland to really look at objective evidence that shines a light on food standards and perhaps also highlights those areas where we think there is a risk. For those of you who have not had a chance to read it, I hope that's not bored, colleagues, but perhaps some of the people watching online, I'm pleased to say that we found no evidence that food standards had materially changed over the course of 2022. And that should give consumers good reason to continue to feel confident in their food. But it's only right that we say that we did find evidence of areas of emerging risk which do concern us, and that's particularly in relation to capacity in the workforce. We need the right people with the right qualifications in order to keep food safe. And we're particularly worried about the number of vets who are available and trained in order to be able to work in abattoirs, or indeed the resource in the local authority teams who are responsible for maintaining both hygiene and standards checks. I know that within the FSA we can't solve those problems on our own, But I think armed with this evidence, it's incredibly important that we do think what we can do to respond to these emerging risks, and in particular, how we can partner with others to really make important changes in the system. And that's going to be an important focus of my attention in next year. That said, I'm not sure if focus is quite the right word, given it's going to have to take its place alongside quite a raft of other things. So we're into the final planning and preparation for the introduction of VTOM, the new regulatory framework for precision breeding, loads of work on regulated products, all of which are going to come up later in this meeting. So I fear that it is going to continue to be quite a hectic time ahead. I know how busy I am as chair of the FSA, but I also really do recognise the many extra hours and days that board members give to the FSA over and above that they were appointed to do. And I'm afraid that just does reflect the huge amount of work that we have on. Everybody is stretched, but I really do appreciate the extra time and attention that you're all giving to this. I'm not going to pretend that the new year is going to be any easier. I'm deeply concerned about the forthcoming headcount cuts that the executive are likely to experience. Everybody in the executive and the board is very stretched. That said, it is the middle of December, so I hope that you will all have a chance to take a break over the festive period, spend some time away from your desks and enjoy some good food with family and friends. Thank you. Any questions for me on any of that or anything else that you think I might have been up to? At work? If not, OK, I am going to hand over to Emily to give her report to the board, which I think will set out an equally busy time for the exec.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you. You have a pretty full report for me, and I'm not planning to go through it because it's all in writing and the report is on the web. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. And you've stolen my thunder slightly, Susan. I wanted to say a big thank you to those in the executive and the FSS who've been involved in various reports that we've published in the last few months, particularly the annual report on food standards. But we've also done a report to which the Department for Business and Trade currently has on the comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the trade deal, and whether that maintains statutory food standards. And then we've also done our first annual trend report for Food and You and a couple of others mentioned in my report as well. So just a thank you on that. I mentioned in my report to you an emerging risk around vets. So there was an announcement on the 5th of December from the Home Secretary that was going to raise the minimum salary threshold for overseas workers from £26,200 to £38,700 and end the 20% going rate salary discount for shortage occupations. We're trying to work out what that might mean for the vets that we use and our service delivery partner use from overseas. And also for meat hygiene inspectors, we operate largely 50-50 in-sourced and outsourced model for meat hygiene inspectors, and we do rely on externally provided vets from MHIs from overseas, and also in order to try and avoid using the temporary registration scheme that the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons has offered us, we often bring in overseas vets who work as MHIs for a couple of years whilst they get their English language skills up. So we're just looking at that, and we're waiting for more detailed guidance from the Home Office to understand the implications. I also, in the report, have listed some of the inward missions that we've had from other countries looking at the food safety standards in the UK. I hope this is a useful way to report to the board on these matters. We thought using the Chief Exec's report would be a way of doing that, but do let me know if you'd like us to do it in a different fashion. And then just to mention a couple of visits that I found rather instructive in the last 2 months. So with the Chief Executive, Mark Williams, I went with the British Egg Industry Council to see a number of farms and egg production. And I learned a lot about the egg industry, and particularly, for instance, that UK consumers buy far more free-range eggs than our European counterparts, and that the number of eggs consumed in the country has grown over time. whilst salmonella has largely been contained. You'll know that the lion scheme was kicked off in 1998. The whole flock was vaccinated in 1999, and we've largely seen salmonella under control since then. And it left me thinking about how the chief executive of the British Egg Industry Council had been there for 23 years. He's just about to retire, and how having those long memories of the difficult days of food safety can make a big difference to making sure that people in companies take food safety seriously. This is an industry-led scheme. It's overseen by third-party auditors. It makes a big difference to consumers, and I just thought it was a very interesting example. And then with another colleague, I went to Rotterdam, where I was hosted by the Netherlands Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority. And we were joined by the Chief Executive for Food Standards Scotland, my equivalent in Belgium and my equivalent from Ireland. Rotterdam is the largest port in Europe. It's the 11th largest in the world. And one of the things that was striking there was the relationship between customs and the other agencies who rely on customs at the port. So, for example, they had a team in customs of between 600 and 700 people at Rotterdam who ran a data centre, who were looking at all of the imports coming in and then targeting which ones needed to be looked at, whether it was for Russian sanctions reasons or it was for food safety reasons. And then that information was funneled to the relevant agency who would then do the checks. It was a very different model to the one that we see in the UK. I find it quite inspiring, but also interesting to see how key data is to identifying risk. The other thing we learnt was that the Netherlands authority tends to follow what the EU asks them to look at on food safety, whereas we have been doing our own assessments of traces data and so on, and IPAF's data to do our own tasking there since we left Brexit. So it was just striking to see the difference. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Emily. Interesting your comments about the importance of sort of institutional memory in the food system. And we were joined at dinner last night by Helen Browning, who's head of the Soil Association, Sue Pritchard from the Food and Farming Commission. And both of them were reminding me of what a difference the FSA had made. They were reminding me of how difficult and how challenging some of the issues were before the FSA was set up. Yes, I went away feeling like we really have made a difference. But it's getting more and more complicated. I mean, as you said, post-Brexit, we do things differently. We've got way more on than we ever had before, and I think we've got to acknowledge that that's a huge, huge challenge, and a huge challenge to the way we work. Comments or questions from others on Emily's report? Margaret.
Emily, thank you. Really interesting report, as ever. Two questions. One is just, one comment, which is to add to what you said about the vets, that this comes up time and time again. It's been coming up a long time. And yet again, yesterday on our visits, we also came up against the problem of a lack of skilled staff or even young staff to train up coming into the food industry generally. So it's a wider problem. And then the second one is just on stakeholder concerns, which also are popping up every now and again, over the new trade agreements that you mentioned, paragraph 10, I think. And some countries the UK's made deals with use growth promoter hormones in meat, which is banned in the UK, or not in meat, but for washing. And also some use more antibiotics than we do. And there's a concern that if any of that came in, it could undermine all the incredibly good work the FSA's done to reduce the problem of antimicrobial resistance in humans. Also concerns about pesticides. So the question is, will we have good enough border controls coming in and inspections to ensure that if any rogue traders, etc., want to bring stuff in that they shouldn't, they will be stopped and checked?
Thanks, Margaret. Some of us also went to the Bristol Vet School yesterday and heard exactly the same story about training up and recruiting vets, particularly into public health. It was quite inspiring seeing what the vet school were doing there to tempt young people into public health veterinary, the veterinary world. On the trade agreements, so as you know, there are border controls in place at the moment for non-EU high-risk food and feed. We're going to be amending the system for how we decide what needs to be checked and stopped at the border as part of the border's target operating model in the next few months. And we also do very much think there need to be additional controls on EU food and feed, which are high risk. All of that relies on good intelligence, on enough staff at the border and enough capacity, and all of that is being worked on. I feel pretty confident about it when we get there. The other thing I should just add is that on the growth promoter hormones piece, there is a ban in the UK on that. That's not changed. It's not a lead for the Food Standards Agency, but the government is committed to maintain that ban. And similarly, we are making sure that when we do our advice to Parliament on trade deals, we look at the question of pesticides, etc. as we do that. I can't say anything about the detail of the CPTPP advice that we've done because it hasn't been published yet, but it will be out shortly.
Thank you. Any further questions? My goodness, this will be the lightest. Well, I think that is it. All I can say is it is always a very comprehensive report, but obviously had all of the detail that people want in there. So thank you very much for that, Emily. So slightly ahead of time, we'll move on to some of the what you might call strategic papers for the day, the sort of individual substantive items. And we start with a paper on local authority performance. So we talked about this quite a lot in the annual report and indeed during the course of this year, where we've been keen to stress that there are 3 lines of defence in ensuring that food is safe and is what it says it is. The first, of course, is businesses themselves, who have the legal obligation to make sure the food they produce and sell is safe and authentic. But the second is the food teams in local authorities, the trading standards, the environmental health professionals who carry out the inspections and the other controls. There's also, touching on Emily's last point, the port health authorities who are going to be responsible for carrying out the risk-based checks at the borders. And then the third is the FSA, but we really are the overarching assurance in the system. There are a few controls we carry out directly, but but mostly what we do is to oversee local authority delivery and to monitor their performance. And so this paper really picks up on that, which is our work we do in checking what's happening in local authorities. The paper's quite detailed. It includes the first collection of data since we asked local authorities to realign back to the Food Law Code of Practice and end the recovery plan that we had in place during the pandemic. So this really is our first insight into whether local authorities have got back on track post-COVID. So is an important moment for a check-in. It's only halfway through the year. We need to bear that in mind. But I think it is an important checkpoint. We have had one question in relation to this paper from Environmental Health Wales, and I might come to you, Rhian, at the start to really make some comments on that. But first, I want to, I've already introduced Katie Pettifer, who's joining us online, and here at the table we have 2 people in Katie's team, Rebecca Kirk, who's the Head of Regulatory Compliance, and I think also Carmel Linsky. Carmel leads the Achieving Business Compliance programme, which is the paper following this one, but there's a degree of overlap between the two, so I thought probably helpful for us to have both Bex and Carmel at the table. But what I'd like to do is mostly focus on the local authority performance now, and then in the next paper we'll come on to how we might think about this, the regulatory system in the future. So without further ado, and I hope I haven't stolen all of your thunder there, Bex, but over to you to introduce the paper.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, I'll take that most people have read the report, and as you say, quite a long paper with quite a lot of information and detail in there. But I just wanted to pick out some key points. As you said, Chair, this is our first collection of data since the COVID recovery plan ended in October, and this is our first chance to understand some of the issues that are going in across our 3 countries. So just to clarify, the data in the paper was based, the data you had before you was based on returns from 96% of food hygiene and 95% of food standard returns from local authorities, where we now have 99% returns from both food standards and hygiene, but that doesn't actually change the narrative of the data too much fundamentally. So it is a case of just adding in a few extra stats, but ultimately that doesn't change the overall what you're seeing in the paper. And I think it'd be fair to say that what we are seeing, and I think again caveated, as you said, Chair, that this is, we're midway through, this is the 6th month check-in. Local authorities haven't quite finished all their inspection plans yet, but we are having a bit of a concern about what we're seeing. As you see in the paper, there are more food businesses opening. There's a backlog of some inspections and an increasingly challenging financial environment for local authorities. Local authorities are reporting that compliance has fallen in premises since COVID-19, and they are needing to take more formal enforcement activity. We also have the opportunity to meet with local authorities. We go out to their food groups, and we're hearing from them as well. It's quite tough out there on the ground. Their officers are subject to, potentially sometimes a bit of abuse from food businesses when they're turning up who aren't happy to see a local authority inspector. And they're also finding, the cost of living crisis is having an impact on how they're having to run their businesses by maybe having to turn their fridges down a bit to save electricity. That's all anecdotal data that we're getting feedback from those local authorities on the ground. And then what you have got then is backed up with some of the data that you're seeing in the paper. So food hygiene, we're concerned that interventions at the high and medium risk premises has decreased slightly as local authorities were supposed to get back to the food law code of practice. But we are hopeful that maybe they'll carry out more interventions towards the end of the year. We do know that the local authority taking that inspection, their role is really important. For some small businesses, this is the only source of advice and guidance they get for food hygiene and safety. And that local authority inspector going into that food business acts as an educator as well as an enforcer. But we are also concerned that maybe some of the category D lower risk premises aren't being looked at. And we also are aware that, in some places they haven't been inspected for a while and the risk may have changed. And so we need to start to look at how we can get local authorities to focus on some of those sort of areas of the business. You'll also note in the paper we talk about how we manage performance of local authorities, what we do is we look at the data that we have, we look at some of the risks that we're getting out of the data, so the team will do a deep dive into that data, and then based on the risk, engage with some of those local authorities. And you'll see in the annex the process that we have for managing performance. You'll also see in the annexes some case studies, some high-level anonymised case studies of where we've gone in and worked with the local authority and improved their performance and had an action plan in place. And where we have been engaging, we've seen some really positive outcomes. But what we are seeing, and it seems to be the sort of recurring theme amongst all the local authorities that we engage with, is that the financial environment is causing concern. As the Chair highlighted in her opening speech, we've picked up in the annual report that local authority resourcing is quite challenging at the moment. Those local authorities that do have the ability to advertise for vacancies are finding that they're not able to get those competent staff in. There's not people coming in through the pipeline that are training, and there are people who are retiring, and they're not being replaced. As the Chair alluded to, some of the things are not in the FSA's gift to fix, but there are some where we can convene a collaborator role and trying to try and get more people into that food safety space. I'll leave it there and turn to those recommendations. You'll note there's some recommendations in the report. For those who aren't aware of how local authorities work, you'll notice there's a recommendation that we write to the Local Authority Section 151 officer. That's a statutory role that's set out in the Local Government Act. So a local authority could choose not to have a chief executive, but they must have a finance officer. And they are the people responsible for setting the budgets in local authorities and basically hold the purse strings. As the local authorities are going through their budget setting process and a council tax setting process for the year, this is a really good opportunity for us to write to them and remind them that food safety and official controls are statutory functions.
Okay, thank you. So I think this is a rather sobering paper, and I think what we saw, what we have here is the objective data that we have so far, half a year in, but I think that is backed up and reinforced by the more qualitative, anecdotal evidence that's coming through from both inspectors and food businesses. So quite a lot of points to pick up on, and I think the issue that I really want to get out of this discussion is how much we could or should be doing to support that work, and whether there's anything more we should be doing outside of just supporting local authorities to try to improve the situation. I said I was going to go to actually, Fiona, this is sort of your area of particular sort of responsibility. Maybe it would be helpful for the board just to hear your reflections, because you've probably dived into this in a bit more detail than we have done. But I will pick up on the Wales point in a moment.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I think that the overarching message that the food system is still safe is a really important one that this report builds on what we've just announced through the annual report, which obviously covers the period prior. But for me, this is a very frank appraisal of how difficult the situation is on the ground, and summarises the increasing amount of work that our team is having to do to understand how the local authorities can do better and what help they need from us. And the particular thing that I would note in the last year is that there's been a great deal more communication with the local authority senior management, and also across government. And I think reminding those responsible parties about how important it is that these standards are deliverable by ensuring that the teams are in place is really, really important. And I don't see that work as needing to decline at all. I think, you have to keep beating the drum on that. The bit that I was interested to hear more about from the report is actually how the escalation process works, because I'm sure that there are moments in time when some LAs are struggling, but that can be dealt with quite quickly. There are probably some that are on the watch list for longer periods, and there are 3 in the more serious category. And we don't really have a sense from this report how it compares to last year or how long the process takes. If you could comment on that, that would be helpful. I also think that the work that we're doing to look at qualifications, how we can enable a difference in staffing structures through the local authorities, but also how to encourage them to ensure that their teams are fully resourced is important. But that takes time. It's an external piece of activity that we can cajole around, but what we can't do is deliver it. Is there more that we can do in the next year to be helping the local authorities to work with these changing risk categories and also the low risk category backlog? Because that, what we don't know is whether there are real problems lurking in the undergrowth there.
Thank you, Bex. I'm not going to get you to answer these individually. We'll just sort of store them up and try and identify some themes to come back to at the end. So I think what I'll do now is turn to Rhian for a comment both on, I know this was discussed at the FAC meetings, and I'll come to Anthony in relation to Northern Ireland. So I think it would be good to hear the sort of, whether the on-the-ground messages are similar in these areas and that you're hearing through your networks. So Rhian first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so FAC talked about this at length, and thank you for the paper. I agree. There's a lot in there for us to discuss, and it's a very frank account, so thank you for that. FAC are very cognizant of the pressures on local authorities in Wales, as we are more across the UK. I think there was one comment I wanted to raise in terms of the language we use when we talk about local authorities in the documents, something to take offline and as a group discuss. So it was raised that there's a lot of mindful of the language in the paper about performance managing local authorities. and some sensitivity to that, which we just need to be aware of, as opposed to monitoring the performance. And, you know, we are working collaboratively with local authorities, and we would just want to get that language right, the balance. But as you said, Chair, in the questions to board, there is there are some questions from the EHW, Environmental Health Wales. They're on performance monitoring and data management in Wales. They'll be responded to in written form. I suppose the two things I wanted to note is that Chair and I was really pleased to meet with the Chief Exec of the Welsh Local Government Association at the Senedd when we launched the review recently. That relationship, my first time to meet Chris Llewellyn, that relationship's started very well for me, and I'm going to meet with him again in the new year to talk about some of the challenges as in the Welsh context. And I'll bring that back to the board again to see how we can support him in his role. And the second thing I wanted to mention is we've got 2 WFAC members now they have really deep expertise. So we've got a new member that's just joined us, Dave Holland, really deep expertise in local authority working. And so, we're going to be drawing on some of that expertise to answer the questions, examples being environmental health ones, but also anything else that comes out of Wales. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I should have said at the start of this particular welcome to Rhian, who's joining us for her first board meeting as the board member for Wales. We didn't quite do maiden speeches, but anyway, it's very good to have you here. Thank you. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Again, like WFAC and IFAC discussed this in some detail, and thanks for Bax and Carmel for turning up and helping identify some of the issues. One thing I would say is the Northern Ireland FAC were very happy that 3.9, you highlighted that the performance and related to high-risk business is about 88%, but that Northern Ireland's delivering considerably higher inspections than that, which is great to see. A number of issues that the FAC thought might be worthwhile teasing out today was, are there any practical ways that the ACC or that the FSA could actually help local authorities deliver the recommendations? You know, it's great them being there, but what can we actually do given that there is resource difficulties both in finance and people? There was a question about whether or not there are opportunities to identify recalls being missed by not doing as many inspections, and is there a real difficulty there? And that leads into the last point, which is there any risks on the FSA itself as a result of the backlogs in these inspections? And is there anything we can do to maybe address those risks?
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you, Susan. If I may, I have a number of comments in relation to this report, but my first one is it's a really helpful report. It's excellent. Thank you very much to everyone who's put this together. It's not happy reading, but I think it is honest and it's really detailed and it's really helpful. Just in terms of some of my comments, we know that local authorities, and Bex, you've commented on this, have a statutory duty to deliver this piece of work. But we also know, those of us that are in local authorities, that we're being asked more and more frequently, what is the minimum that you can do to meet your statutory duty? And the FSA requirements in this space are pretty unusual because it's quite clear what's expected of local authorities. We have the code of practice, and I just wanted to highlight that fact really around the importance of that code of practice and of keeping it up to date, because that is a critical tool in talking to local authorities about what is the minimum that we are required to deliver as a local authority to meet these statutory duties. There is commentary in this report about sampling. Sampling is one of those dangerous areas that is very easy for a local authority to cut the budget. But again, the code of practice is really helpful, and the new food standards code of practice particularly is really helpful in that area, including elements of directed sampling. So again, just examples of why that's so important. There's a lot of commentary in here about staffing and recruiting staff and retaining staff and so on. And it is a real issue for local authorities. But we heard yesterday at one of the visits we were at, it's not just local authorities that are struggling in this space, it's the food industry in general. And this is one area where I wonder if we or wider government actually can have some impact in terms of making the food industry an interesting and challenging place for people to want to come and work from early stage careers, even as people develop. The food industry, as an anecdote yesterday, we were told that when people in school express an interest in the food industry, they're directed towards the hospitality and catering trade, which is a vitally important part of the food industry, but it's not the only part of the food industry. And the kind of careers that are available in the food industry, from engineering, from science, from customer service, from law, and including the local authority enforcement space, actually it's a massive industry that has a full range of careers, and I don't think that's well understood. So I think that is a space that we as FSA, but actually wider government as well, can make a positive contribution in. There is commentary in here, I think at 5.5, about what I might call a model service definition, specification, I don't know what you want to call it. That's an outstandingly good idea, in my personal view. I run another service in the local authority at the moment where the national regulator does exactly that, and it is a very powerful tool for service managers when bidding for resources to be able to say this is what's expected of us. So I just wanted to put my support behind that, with the caveat that it's got to be evidence-based and it shouldn't be gold-plating the kind of service requirements, because local authorities are not flush, as we all know. There's a comment in here about allowing people to undertake various tasks before they're fully competent to do the full range of official controls. Those of us who are old enough to remember enforcement work pre the current legislation will know that used to happen. The Food and Drugs Act of 1955. We used to be able to have that kind of, and it worked well, and it helps people to learn and to grow their skills. So again, I think that's a positive way forward in a proper environment. And I suppose my only question, having made all my comments, is you do mention, and you drew attention to, Bex, the writing to the Section 151 officers, which is really important, but don't forget elected members. They carry a massive sway in this space. There is something in one of the annexes about writing to portfolio holders, but if we're writing to Section 151 officers, I would suggest we also need to include elected members in that, because they do make the decisions at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mark. I think Justin wanted to follow up on that point.
Yes, and like Mark, I work in a local authority, also an authority currently under a Section 114, so I was very pleased that 6.5 acknowledged the 114 situation we're seeing, particularly in England, and the increasing number of authorities that are going into section positions. And I think that reiterates the concern that, to some extent, we're seeing this through a lens of COVID recovery, but we've come straight from COVID recovery into a cost of living, into a financial crisis within local government, and therefore the kind of the question of what is the steady state now in the next 6 monthly report, I think, will be really key in understanding that, but particularly also it will be helpful for the board to understand if that Section 114 is making a significant difference. As we get more authorities in that position, are you seeing them as outliers or not in terms of those that are the risk? And I thoroughly endorse Mark's comments around what would help the system. I think that increasingly that definition of what is statutory minimum is really, really key. The flip side of this, I think, is which is picked up in a later paper today, which is also the bit about how do we work with businesses and how do we help businesses get better to work with local authorities, and they have to be seen as two parts of the whole. And I think that's going to be quite key as we take this forward into what is the reality of the new world of the public sector in the context of public sector finance. So I think this is a very, very powerful report, but it's also one which says to the board there is a longer piece of work around what is the relationship between the FSA and local government, and what is local government's statutory delivery in the context of the changing nature of the public sector.
Thank you, Justin. Just to expand our horizons. Any more comments from board members? Tim and then David.
Thank you. I mean, very interesting paper and obviously highlighting a real concern. But it did give me pause to reflect. If I was watching this item, I'd be wondering from a public perspective what risks there were and how are they evidenced. And having read the comments about sampling, which Mark picked up as well, how much does that relate to incidence of foodborne disease? Is there any greater risk? And have we got some correlation to quantitate that? Because I think in the context of this conversation, understanding that would be something I think the public would be quite concerned about.
Thank you. David?
Yes, thank you, Susan. It's a very good paper, and it does highlight some of the awful risks out there with bad premises and the difficulty of getting them inspected. I was interested in paragraph 7, the second bullet point, that through our local authority resourcing project, help with resourcing challenges where it's within our remit to do so. Could I just ask a small point about technology? When we were in Cardiff at a board meeting, some of us saw some wonderful technology being tried there, where shall we say, a half-trained environmental health officer is wearing a lens and a camera, going around premises and being guided by a highly trained one back at base, so saying, look at this, look behind the fridge, look for mouse droppings here or whatever. That was, I think, a quite cheap way of doing it, and it helped lesser trained people do more inspections. That's just one example of technology. It may not be the bee's knees, but is there anything more we can offer local authorities using technology in addition to lots of bodies trying to do inspections?
Great. So quite a raft of points there. Well, why don't I just turn back to the team for any reflections on any of those, and then I'm going to try and sum up where we are and really, most importantly, think about what the next steps are that we need to focus on. Katie, did you want to come in at this point, or shall I? Katie's going to pick up on this. Okay. I think Katie's frozen at precisely the moment that she was about to come in. Bex, why don't you just... Katie, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. You're frozen, but we can hear you, so off you go.
Thank you, and apologies, my camera's playing up. So I'll pick up some of those points and then I'll hand over to Bex if that's okay, but I wanted to start off, there are a set of points about what more we can do in the short term that I wanted to pick up, and about the overall impact of this, and about the quality of the data and some of the concerns raised by the Chair of Environmental Health Wales. So first of all, on the overall impact, Tim's point towards the end, we are not at the moment seeing this translate through into a drop in overall FHRS ratings or an increase in foodborne disease, which is reassuring. But as Beck said, we are seeing that local authorities are having to take more enforcement action. They're reporting anecdotally seeing reductions in standards. And so our concern is that if we keep having this sort of reduction in investment in infrastructure and capability effectively in the system, then eventually it will translate through into a greater risk to public health. On what we can do in the short term, a lot of the things we can do, as Fiona's pointed out, take time. Revising a competency framework takes time as we have to go through a long process and revise the code. The immediate thing we can do, which you see in the paper, is try and get local authorities support in getting the resources they need. So making sure it's very clear on the agendas of the people allocating the money. But there are also a set of other things we can do, as Mark drew out. Giving local authorities a clear idea of what resource they are expected to give to a service feels very important to us. We also have a set of changes we're working on, which you see in the other paper on our food hygiene model. For example, enabling greater use of regulatory support officers to do the tasks they can safely do, rather than taking up higher skilled staff where they don't need to be used. And indeed, picking up David's point, using greater use of remote inspection at the lowest risk end of the chain in both food standards and hygiene. So we are trying to do all of those things. Some of them do. do take a year or two to actually get into the next big amended code launch plan is 2025. On the point about monitoring, not managing, the legislation does talk about us monitoring the performance, not managing it. That's absolutely fair. I think it seems to us that if we simply sat and monitored it and didn't try to do anything to improve performance where we see problems, that would be a very difficult position for the FSA to be in. But I take the sensitivity and we'll have a look at our language. And I think there's also an important point about data, which was raised in the question to the board. We do not have the best system for collecting data. We know that. That's why there's a local authority data project in our ABC paper. We do not want to be collecting this data through 6 monthly surveys. We want a way of doing it which is less resource intensive for local authorities, more accurate, more real time. And we are working on that. And in the meantime, this data does come with caveats. It's the first 6 months. We know that there are some inconsistencies in how local authorities have dealt with the issue of businesses that have closed down during the period. We know some local authorities have struggled to identify where interventions were due in the first 6 months rather than the second. So I think we will have a better picture and a more accurate picture at the end of the year. And we will keep working on the data. We keep engaging with local authorities when we see anomalies. I think those are the big points that I wanted to pick up. I might just pass over to Bex to deal with Fiona's question at the beginning about performance management, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you could just respond to Fiona with a little bit more about how the escalation process actually works and how long that takes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say one size doesn't fit all. So we do make sure that we look at each one on a case-by-case basis. And it can take anything from a couple of months to a couple of years because, you know, it depends on what sort of state the local authority is in. So what the team do, so I meet with the team fortnightly and we talk about local authorities that we have some concern about, and they run through all the cases that they've got going on and where each local authority is at. We ask each local authority to sort of produce us with a sort of a management plan of how they intend to get back on track to align with the Food Law Code of Practice. And then the team just sort of check in with local authorities, agreed dates to see where they are in getting that performance plan back on track. But in some cases, you know, if there has been an identified, you know, a resource issue, this isn't a quick fix. This is going to take 6-7 months to maybe get somebody in post, get them trained up and then get them up to speed and then get them out and start to do the inspections. And then invariably you'll find you'll get out to a premises and find that it's not in a particularly good state, and then that takes a lot of time and effort to get that premises back on track. As I alluded to earlier, you know, environmental health officers, trading standards officers, they're almost giving that advice and education to businesses, and, you know, having to help them get back on track. So yeah, as I say, what we do is we look at the risk. So the team will be looking through the data from this 6-month returns and seeing whether there's anything that's just jumping out at them with any local authorities. There's sort of any sort of concerns around the risk there, and they'll look at, you know, resourcing capacity, numbers of staff they've got imposed compared to the number of premises, and also the types of premises. You know, have they got lots of high-risk premises, high manufacturing, and is that what needs looking at? So once we do that, they'll then come and we'll have a conversation about which ones we need to escalate accordingly. And then if we're feeling we're not getting the right response back from the local authority, we've kind of got an escalation process. And that would be a case of then maybe myself, and if we're not getting a response back from my letter, we may well ask Emily as the chief exec to write to chief exec. And as I say, there's a number of tools in our box that we can use. I mean, the ultimate sanction would be to take over running a local authority. And we are getting some legal advice at the moment on that process. It hasn't happened yet. We certainly don't want that to happen at all, because, you know, this is about working with them and helping them get their services back on track, and making sure that we don't compromise, you know, the food safety standards. Could I just also pick up the point around that Mark raised about sampling, if I may, which was around it being risk-based. As you're aware, the new Food Law Code of Practice, Food Standards Code of Practice requires trading standards officers to look at the risks and tailor their inspections accordingly. So what we shall be doing over the next couple of months is looking at the intelligence that we have in the organisation and then pulling together a plan that we will send out to local authorities, asking them to do sampling. But that will also be with some funding that we'll be able to give them to go out and do that sampling as well. So we are very aware that that there's a sort of an area that doesn't get looked at, but we're making sure that we're going to get that plan together and fund it accordingly.
Thank you very much. I mean, you've heard lots of comments already from board members. This is a helpful, if worrying paper. I think we're encouraged that you are on the case with this. I think Rhian's points about language are well made, and I was thinking that what I think we're doing is monitoring performance and then supporting local authorities to manage it and to deliver it. And maybe we need to make that sort of separation rather than this sort of putting it all together. I think it's clear that the board are very supportive of your plans to write to chief execs, finance officers. I'd also like you to think seriously about the proposal that we should write to elected members and think about how we might do that. It might be useful to have some conversations outside this meeting on how that is done. And we obviously need to continue to monitor this very carefully. I absolutely take Katie's point about needing to have much more real-time data. We always feel we're sort of behind the curve in looking at this. We did quite publicly call out our worries about local authority resourcing in the annual report, but I certainly don't want to wait till the annual report next year to comment on how that's going. And I think when we see the next cut of data and we see where the trend lies, we might want to consider doing more to raise our concerns within government. I think the fact that, as you've heard from Bex, we are taking legal advice on what next steps might look like just shows how very seriously we are taking this situation, even though none of us want to reach that point. So I think that's the absolute endorsement for your formal plans as to how to continue this escalation. I think you've also heard a lot of support for the things that we can try to do to genuinely be supportive, whether that's looking at the competency frameworks. The new model sounds like that's really going to provide helpful information about what minimum service levels look like. And I think the notion of what we can do with others to promote careers in the food industry and in local authority teams more generally is one we've touched on before, but perhaps haven't really mobilised. And I will certainly try to think how I can pick that up in some of my conversations that I'm having with stakeholders. Thank you. I don't think there's anything more we can do at the present to help with this, but obviously we'll keep a careful eye on it. And I think what this paper does is absolutely set the scene for why we have to look at a bigger reform of the way this process works, because whatever the resource level is in local authorities, what we want to ensure is that it's focused on the highest risk, and that we're getting and helping local authorities to get the very, very best value for money out of the effort they're putting in, which is going to be picked up nicely in the next paper. So before we get there, thank you, Bex. Thank you to Katie for all the work that you and the rest of the team have done on this. And we will wait to see what the next quarter of data brings. Thank you. So moving on, and conveniently, as I mentioned earlier, we already have Carmel Linsky, who's at the table, who's been leading on this work in ABC. The ABC programme's actually been running for a little while now, but it's really in the last year or so that I would say that it's gained real traction, and that we're actually starting to see some of the changes that ABC has developed and piloted really beginning to land in the field. This is another paper which is quite long, but it does give us, I think, a very comprehensive update on the programme activity, and sort of sets the scene about where we are. So I'm going to suggest that we broadly take that as read, that we know where we're up to, and that today the board really focuses its attention on the sort of building blocks for the future, the roadmap about how we want to get into a better place in relation to regulatory reform. That said, I'm sure everybody in this room is very realistic about what we can achieve, not only in terms of our own resources within the FSA to be able to progress this work, but also that the resources amongst our stakeholders in being able to pilot new systems at the same time as keeping the show on the road. So I think that what I want to do today is, yes, identify the direction of travel, identify the building blocks, but I do want us also to think a little bit about timelines and what realistically we can deliver when, rather than as, promise everything and then struggle to make it turn up. So I think this is about both content and timing of what we do. There are a couple of questions that we've had in relation to this paper, which colleagues might just want to remind themselves of. But why don't I just hand over to Carmel just to introduce the paper.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, the Achieving Business Compliance programme has been really busy since we were last here in March. And as you can see from the paper, as you said, it's really comprehensive about what we've achieved across so many of the different projects. I think specifically what are important to note, our new food standards model is ready to implement from January, both in England and in Northern Ireland. And the pilot for that model is also underway now in Wales, which is really great progress. Similarly, our enterprise level regulation large retailer trial is really well underway since we last spoke. That's happening in England only, and we've just received a draft midpoint evaluation report. All of the signs in that report are really positive about how that trial is going. It doesn't complete until the end of March 24, and then we'll receive a full evaluation, both quantitative and qualitative, a couple of months later. Today, though, as you say, Chair, I'd really like to focus the board's attention on the latter part of the paper. So this is where we've set out our early thinking on what those next steps could be for future reform. Now, these building blocks are at a really early stage. So they do reflect, though, our really comprehensive research and the experience across the team and across the organisation and all of the people that we've been talking to. We've decided to share these at such an early stage because I think it's important to get your feedback on them. Are they the right things to do for the future? And also just to indicate more broadly our intended direction of travel. Now, collectively, these building blocks could really help us to address some of the problems that we've seen this morning. But broadly, they will require legislative change to do that. So as you say, in terms of timescales, we need to be realistic in terms of what can be achieved. Food Law Code of Practice changes would take us a minimum of 12 to 18 months, but full legislative reform obviously will take longer. So I'm really keen to hear the views today about developing a future legislative strategy to underpin future reform, and also the kind of appetite to do that alongside the current priorities within the FSA.
Thank you, Carmel. That was admirably brief. And just to, for colleagues and anyone online, the building blocks are essentially in paragraph 10.5 of the paper. I do think we should spend most of the time there, but before doing that, are there any general comments on the progress in ABC? Mark, this has been your area of particular focus.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Again, I think this is a really helpful and excellent report, a lot of detail, and it demonstrates the huge amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot of learning being brought together here and a lot of stuff that we're not quite ready to learn yet, but we're well on course to do so. Just in terms of general comments, the hygiene model we've talked about, and we've talked about the fact that we've sort of taken a slightly different course, and that's the right thing to do when we're presented with feedback. But one of the things I think we've lost in this report is that part of that feedback from the local authorities was an encouragement for us to be bold. And I wouldn't want to lose that when we're looking at some of the kind of changes that we talk about in 4.3 in terms of those kind of broader approaches. There is a comment in here, or there is a section here about data. We've touched on data in the previous report. It is a critically important thing for us to look at. I can see we've got a plan for how we're going to move that. I just want to make sure that whatever that plan involves is not going to add an additional burden to the local authorities that we're looking at, either in terms of cost, in terms of their data systems, or in terms of cost, in terms of their staff time actually feeding the beast. So just want to make sure that whilst it's really important, it doesn't stop us doing the actual work just to capture more information about that work. My other comments actually probably relate more to the building blocks. So.
Okay, let's. Any other comments from people about the programme in general?
Yes, I'm on paragraphs 4.4, 4.5, 4.6 as well, briefly. I completely support the new food standards model. It's absolutely excellent way to go. I see in 4.4 that we're planning to extend the role of regulatory support officers. I think that's absolutely excellent procedure and good decision. But in 4.5, I was disappointed to see that we've rejected changes to the food hygiene intervention scoring system and planned official control frequencies. I'd love to know why we've rejected that. It's something I feel quite strongly about. And the final point, 4.6, we've decided to conclude the food hygiene delivery project as a specific project within the ABC programme. The proposals will be taken forward now in autumn 24 as part of our consultation then. Why wait till autumn 24? Can't we just crack on and do the consultation ASAP?
Thank you. Any more general comments? Okay. Carmel, do you want to just respond to Mark and David?
Thank you. I'll come back on some of those comments, and I think Katie's going to come back too. So if I pick up the LA data project specifically, the intention is not to create an additional burden for local authorities. The intention is to provide a tool or a service that actually gathers the data that we need, enables them to do that in a way that's simple and effective. And that enables us to see what we need to see from that data as well. IT costs are huge, and so we had a number of options presented to us in terms of what we could do. A lot of those options were really pricey, and we've got to think about value for money, both from our own perspective and from local authority perspective in terms of rolling that out. As we know from the food standards model, they're all on different local authority management information systems, different providers, the costs and the contracts are all very complicated. So I think there's a lot of work to do in the background to make sure that the solution we pursue is the right one. And I think it's fair to say we'll take all of that into account. And yes, of course, we won't lose that encouragement to be bold. And I think what we've tried to do is take the feedback from the food hygiene consultation on those bolder elements and feed them into that longer term thinking, those building blocks for the future. So absolutely not lost their feedback, but taken it into a broader picture of thinking. I'll let Katie come in on David's points, if that's okay.
Katie?
And I think you can see me again now. So on David's points about the food hygiene model, we had consulted on changing the intervention frequencies for food hygiene in a way that's similar to what we've done on food standards. And the feedback we got was that was okay, but actually didn't make a massive difference in terms of local authority delivery. And our experience of doing this for food standards, we know that it costs hundreds of thousands of pounds. It takes several years to make the changes. It's a massive logistical exercise. And frankly, we concluded that there wasn't a value for money case for doing it. Local authorities were asking us to do what we could more quickly. And so the changes to regulatory support officer roles, the changes on remote inspection, which we don't need to pilot, we can just get on with. We just want to bring those in more quickly. And then we want to look as part of the building blocks work that we're going to talk about shortly at what changes we make on delivery in the longer term. So it just didn't seem worth doing that large piece of work on food hygiene while we were looking at further changes to the model in the longer term. On how quickly we can make those regulatory support officer and remote inspection changes, we have to consult on all changes we make to food law. We have a process to go through, and then there is a process of changing the food law code of practice. We're also really conscious of the burden on local authorities. We don't want to land them with multiple consultations on different things at different times over the coming year. So we are doing the whole set of changes together. I can confirm, David, I've gone through the timeline with a great deal of scrutiny to see if we could bring forward any of these proposals. And I don't think there is a way we can do it, and certainly not a way we can do it without a lot more burden on local authorities.
Thank you, but good question, and good to hear that you've scrutinised that. Just before we move on to the building blocks for the future, I just checked the questions, and one of them is from a member of the public who was asking us why the FHRS is not mandated. And I just want to take a moment to respond to that, because it's not only one question to the board here, it's a common question that comes into my mailbox during the year. It is the position of the FSA board that we would wish to see FHRS mandated, as it is in Wales. We think that that will drive up standards. We think it will reward good businesses. We have previously had discussions with ministers and did gain their support. We obviously have a different set of ministers now, but we are looking for every possible opportunity to be able to bring this into legislation. It is absolutely our position that we support mandation and are trying to enact that. Okay, let's look to the future now and turn our attention to to paragraph 10.5 and the building blocks for the future. Mark, I think you wanted to come in with some additional comments on that, so why don't we start with you, and then I'll open it up to others.
That's great, thank you, Susan. I'm feeling slightly guilty. I might be monopolising this, so I'll be as brief as I can. Just in terms of national level regulation, which we mention in here, I just wanted to reiterate that that's something which we are looking at in the pilot, and until we've got the results of the pilot, we won't be able to form a full view on whether that's the right thing to do. It's right to have it as an option in the building block, but we are learning, and there's an awful lot of engagement. In terms of that, it is going to be quite difficult to have run a pilot and then pull back from it if we decide it's not the right thing to do, but that will be a challenge if that's what happens at that point. The other thing in that space is the pilot, as I understand it, relates only to hygiene, and a number of the businesses that are involved in that pilot are also regulated in terms of food standards. So it'll be interesting to see whether we can learn the lessons across those two areas, because I suspect that those businesses wouldn't be so supportive of a hybrid system of being regulated, where they're regulated for one thing in one way and another thing in a completely different way, effectively in the same space, i.e. food. There is commentary in one of these about the increasing use of potentially third-party assurance schemes. And I have to say, I am slightly nervous about that, and my nervousness wasn't helped at a visit I was at yesterday, when the business explained to us that they participate and are required by their customers to participate in a number of different assurance schemes. They have over 20,000 assurance audits across their business every year, and there is a concern for them around the lack of consistency in the way that the various auditors of the various different schemes present their findings. So for us to build in further inconsistency or uncertainty by using that as part of our system is something I would want us to give really careful thought to before we adopted that as a practice. There is commentary again about the use of effective sanctions and perhaps introducing different sanctions. I think that's a really good idea. I think we've heard about some of the pressures on local authorities, and to take a prosecution is an immense undertaking for a local authority. So the option to deal with something in a way that requires more than just a warning, but actually doesn't necessarily require the full force of a prosecution, I think is great. But I would say what I've said before, but I'm never going to not say it. If we're going to talk about fixed penalty notices, they need to be the right type, and they need to be the type that doesn't create a civil debt for the local authority to then try and recover, because that will put them in an even worse position. And my last comment stroke question is, there's no mention in here of primary authority, and I'd be interested to know where primary authority might fit either with that national level regulation or more generally with some of the thinking that we've got on how we might move forward with these building blocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to open it up to others, and then we'll come back, I guess, to Katie in the first instance to pick up on some of these comments. Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. I just want to repeat what Mark said. I think it's an excellent paper and it's an excellent programme, and dovetails very closely into considering some of the problems that we've covered already in the local authority paper. my comments really are about the building blocks. I think that one of the biggest questions I have is, if one takes forward something like a national level regulation model of large enterprises, I don't yet have a sense of where that regulation stops. If you're looking at retailers at the moment, there's a retail footprint, but there's also a brand footprint across a portfolio of products. Does that come into it, i.e. their food supply chain? So where does it stop? But the bigger question for me, and it links back to the primary authority question, is does the FSA potentially become the accountable body in this assurance process of performance? And I think the building blocks need to consider what FSA's role is going to be in the future regulation process and how we need to resource that. And I think it needs to be a key consideration of this. The other thing which would be really helpful to include is to set out how the aggregator charter can be used more widely online. It's involving 3 direct companies at the moment, but it's obviously working. And it's using a tool that we have in the system, the FHRS, very successfully, which not only gives the online system a filter process, but it also enables us to raise its profile with user consumers who rely on it as a guide. And it just seems like a platform that you've created which could be usefully extended. And the final point I wanted to make, which I think is, for me, it's really critical, is how do we register? How do we get businesses to pay a license fee, an annual fee? You know, we have to license our cars, we have to license our guns, you have to pay for a fishing license. Why don't we have to get food businesses to be registered and licensed? And that enables a huge bit of data capture that we don't otherwise have access to or control over at any level in the system.
Thank you, Fiona. Rhian.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments. Thank you for the paper. We discussed it at length at WFAC, actually. It's really good, and everything we would hope to see in here is in here. So it's just supportive comments, really. On the 10.5 bullets, the national level regulation, I agree with Mark. I think we do need to see the results of the pilot to know it feels like the right direction of travel. But when we get those results, it'll be really clear. And from a Welsh perspective, although actually this is applicable across the UK, my fingers are somewhat crossed for the pilot because, you know, the resource that we are aiming to free up to support the smaller businesses and the micro businesses is really what we're aiming for. And that is such a bedrock of the UK's sort of regional picture of the food sector. So just a comment there. The enhanced registration, I really welcome the work you're doing on this at Welsh Government's request. Really looking forward to seeing the results of the work, the research you're doing in terms of what's really driving that request and driving that feeling in Welsh Government that we need that enhanced registration. So looking forward to that. And then a final comment on the fee, the appropriate registration fee. I do support it. I don't shy away from it. But as you've rightly said, it needs to be set at an appropriate level because we cannot discourage smaller organisations, our artisan producers. Again, that's such a big part of the scene across the UK. And just, I'm sure you will just consult on that and just make, if it's pitched correctly, you know, it'll be caught up in what constitutes being a small food business. Thank you.
Good. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. My question was about the central role of the FSA collecting, coordinating, sharing intelligence and getting more data. I just want to flag up front that there's a lot of data out there and there's also a lot of data gaps, but actually trying to manually handle all of that and use it could actually kill us in terms of just swamping us with data. So is there thought about how we can use automated systems, AI, whatever, to actually do this for us and take a lot of the burden away from individuals, which will then help us target the risks and actually develop a proper risk-based assessment using new technology to do that, because we won't have the financial resources and we won't have the people resources to do this in a manual, high-intensity way. And just to Rianne's point round the fee, one of the things that NIFAC was interested in is who would set the fee. Would it be set at a standard general level? Would it be set regionally? Would it be set by local authorities? I don't think that really matters. It's just as long as it's viable to keep small businesses in, as Rianne's indicated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I think I'm going to, Katie, come to you just to pick up on some of those points. Thanks.
Thanks, Susan, and thank you everyone for really helpful comments. So just to start on the role of the FSA, so these are really early thoughts about future building blocks, and there is an awful lot of detail to be worked out. And that includes exactly what role the FSA takes in the process. But I think when we talk about national level regulation, it makes sense that the FSA would do that and would be the regulator. Mark mentioned the primary authority role. That is effectively a commercial arrangement that that businesses can have with a local authority to get assured advice. Businesses find it very helpful. It could absolutely continue alongside whatever we're setting up, but I'm not sure that you could make that commercial arrangement into a regulatory one very easily. It would have to be looked at differently. And it's also something that goes much further than food primary authority. They have primary authority for a whole range of regulatory areas. So I think we're imagining the FSA would take on direct regulation of a set of large businesses. And there are a whole set of questions, as well as Fiona's alluded to, around how far that goes. What businesses would go into it? How far would you be regulating them down their supply chains? And as Mark said, would you do it for standards as well as hygiene? So there is a lot of thinking to do, which links to Susan's point on next steps. And the way I would like to see us doing this is a combination of building out from where we are and then thinking about future legislation. So we do need to get the evaluation of the enterprise level pilots before we decide on next steps. If they show that the enterprise level is feasible, we could potentially continue those relationships. We could look to build and potentially onboard more businesses or try out new sectors in the future. We could make that arrangement work and learn from it and gradually build out from it. And then we would also need to do the thinking about what you would put in legislation to make this work in the longer term. It's one of the really important points is without legislation, we wouldn't be able to fund this system because both regulatory arrangements basically depend upon the ability to charge. So legislation seems essential if we really want to go down this route. The timing means that it would inevitably be after the election. And so we'd be needing to discuss with whatever government is in place at that time, what they're up for before we get too far down the road into developing policy. So I don't think there is a great deal we can do on it other than our early thinking in the next 6 months to a year, but we need to be ready to have that discussion. I would like to pass to Carmel in a minute to pick up Fiona's point about the aggregators. And also, she's already started to talk about data and she might want to pick that up a bit more. But just to say to Anthony, we are actually already using a set of tools in our analysis of data that help us to decide where to target food standards, sampling, for example, and activity. So Julie's team have helped us build tools that can enable us to do that already, but it is going to be a challenge. The more data we get, the more difficult it is to analyse it and have the capability to deal with it all. So we're on that road. If I could just pass to Carmel on the aggregate, that would be great.
Before Carmel comes in, I think David wanted to respond very specifically to your comments, Katie.
Sorry, as an aggregators, I neglected to raise this.
Oh, OK. Well, let's come to aggregators. Go with your aggregator question, and then we'll come to Carmel to talk about aggregators.
In paragraph 7, I do not think we're setting a high enough standard for aggregators. There's no one in this room would order food from a place, a joint that only got a 2 rating, and yet Deliveroo, who is it doing it? Uber Eats and Deliveroo say they have a minimum standard of 2. I think that's far too low. Just Eat has a minimum of 3, which is generally favourable, isn't it? 2 means it requires improvement. We should say to Uber Eats and Deliveroo, not good enough, you have a minimum of 3. Personally, I like to see it higher, but that may be too much. And the other thing we should insist on is that not only must the business be registered, it must have been inspected and achieved that rating in the last 12 months. So they're not delivering from a joint that was last inspected a few years ago. That's all, Chair.
Carmel, do you want to tell us about your conversations with aggregators?
Thank you. So the minimum standards are a really tricky space for us to be in, because on the high street you don't have minimum standards. So you can operate on the high street below a 2, and consumers can choose to purchase from those premises. The aggregators have worked with us so closely over the last 12 to 18 months around trying to put things in place that will help consumers to make informed choices. But those aspects aren't without unintended consequences, because there's a knock-on effect to local authorities. So if a business falls below those minimum standards, ultimately they contact their local authority for a re-rating, a re-inspection, increasing the local authority workload. And so actually what we've done is we've unintentionally created a bit of a bottleneck for some local authorities where they're seeing large volumes of businesses operating on these platforms. And there are huge numbers of small businesses operating here. And so what we've seen is a real benefit to working through these 3 players online to be able to access those businesses. Now, that's access that we wouldn't have previously had. I think where it's had the most value for us is really in the allergen space, where we've been able to kind of feed through some of our training for allergens through to those businesses. That's something we couldn't have done previously. So I think there's real value in working with them, but we've got to be very careful that we're not in that classic regulatory relationship. We are working with and through those businesses to influence the behaviour of others. In terms of expansion of that charter, again, that's something we'd be really keen to see happen, but there is a capacity issue and an appetite issue. So because it isn't classic regulation, we can't mandate these businesses to work with us. We are keen to talk to more businesses, though, and certainly think about how they follow a similar path.
Carmel, I'm going to take slight issue with you here. We are trying to drive up standards, and that will require local authorities to inspect businesses that now are doing better. If we were to go down, as I said earlier, wanting to mandate FHRS to be displayed, that will increase the workload on local authorities to re-inspect. I know that, but it is part of driving up standards. And I think encouraging the online delivery platforms to move up to a 3 is in the same place. And I don't think we should be holding back from doing that because it might require more inspections. I just don't think that's reasonable. That said, I recognise the challenges. As someone, I don't know if this is a conflict of interest, but it's certainly a declaration as somebody who has never ordered any food online. I have absolutely no idea what these sites look like. But what I'd like to know is that what I'd most like to see is that their rating is displayed. Now, again, we can't mandate that, but that is what we're moving towards. And I'd like to know how prominently is the FHRS rating, because if the 2s were there prominently and they were sitting next to businesses with a 4 and a 5, I like to think that consumers would vote with their wallet or probably their phone or whatever you click on when you try to pay for food online. Katie?
I think you've just hit on one of our priority areas for going next with the Charter, Susan. I just want to say, I think it is really important to be consistent about how businesses are regulated. So we don't shut down businesses on the high street if they're operating with a 1 or a 2. And if we are clear that they're not allowed on these platforms, that has a very, very significant impact on their livelihood. So we have to think very carefully about that. So I think this takes us to exactly the point you've raised, Susan. Is it very clear to consumers that they've got a 1 or a 2, or a 2? They shouldn't be on there with a 1. And we are working, the next element of our charter work is working to create a consistent way of display of FHRS ratings. The other point that does come back to local authorities, David suggested that we should only have them on there if they'd had an inspection within the last year. That would have a massive impact on the local authority workload, and would change the entire regulation regime. So we would, that would cost a great deal, and we'd have to think very carefully about that.
Okay. Well, you've heard my enthusiasm that we should press on display. So let's at least make that our top ask. And if any of these companies are listening now, I'd be very happy to meet with them and explain in more detail why I think that's very, very important. But let's come back to the building blocks for reform. We heard quite a number of comments and questions, and Katie's responded. I think the board are clearly very supportive that we should move in this direction. Like Mark, well, all of us, see and increasingly appreciate the number of audits and inspections that businesses are going through. And it seems to me the potential to have a much more agile system of assurance, if we can somehow knit together all these pieces of information, is extremely appealing. I take Anthony's point about the risk of data overload, and it's very encouraging that you're already on it with the technology that's going to enable us to do that. So yes, really keen to see that happen. I heard Mark's concerns about pilots, and whether pilots really is what we're talking about here, or whether in fact this is something more of a continuous improvement, continuous change model. And then I also heard Katie saying, well, of course we can't do this formally without legislation because of the charging. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think it is worth thinking through, because I'm with Mark that if you pilot something, it goes where it's very difficult to start unpicking that. So I think we need to envisage something which gives a more seamless evolution of this. I don't know what that might be. Tim, did you want to come in on that?
Thank you. Just very quickly, and to underscore some of the things you've just said, but I didn't want to lose Fiona's comment about licensing. And how businesses bear the burden of not just accrediting themselves, but actually positioning themselves in a market with added value. I do it as a farmer. I hate paying it, but I pay additional amounts to basically put our product in a place that looks above, better quality than others. I don't see how that'd be different with other elements around food standards. And so, whilst I don't suggest we make any decision, I think having the licensing idea on the stocks to explore at a later point post-evaluation will be very positive.
Thank you. I was going to pick up on that one as well, because I think we also, so this really fits, I think, with enhanced registration as well. They go along together, and I was interested to hear the comments from the Welsh Food Advisory Committee, very supportive of that, and I know this is something Welsh Government are keen for us to explore. So that is another aspect that we would like to hear the progress. I hope that's a sort of clear steer on the building blocks. I don't know if you wanted us to do anything more specific on that. Margaret, do you have something?
I just wanted to add, I was most concerned about primary authorities and that side of things, and enterprise level regulation, which Mark asked. And I think we need to be a little bit open-minded about that. On the pilots, though, I mean, a pilot is an experiment, so I actually would be more supportive than Mark on the pilot side of things. And I just think that the discussion shows that mandatory display, we've got to have it, because it would actually wipe out some of the questions that we've been asking for years. And really, we should maybe think about a really good hard push, because we just keep sort of letting it go and not doing anything on that.
I can assure you, Margaret, I'm not letting it go at every possible opportunity.
Then I apologise, and I suspect that's true.
Okay, so Fiona.
It's a question which we haven't touched on in our discussions or on the paper, and it's a clarification, really. My understanding of FHRS is it's required for food businesses that have a public interface, but that those that don't need it. And to me, it just seems an anomaly not to have any trading food business not to have an FHRS rating. So my question is it burdensome to do that, or is it something that can be done at the point of any standard inspection, so that the whole system has got some kind of recognised rating system?
Carmel, do you want to pick that up?
So the rules are different in the 3 different countries. So there are business-to-business ratings as well. I don't know, Bex, if you have any more specific detail on that.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to say as well that at the end of every inspection, food hygiene inspection for any type of business, it's given a score and a risk rating. And that then obviously determines its next inspection frequency. So there is an element of that scoring going on. But as I say, the food hygiene rating scheme was determined for, obviously, for consumers to make a decision about where they want to eat. But as I say, all businesses are assessed.
I think she asked a different question, didn't you? But there are hygiene rules which are different in a factory or an abattoir or thing, and they're really strict as well, aren't they? I think isn't that what you were asking?
I think it was more that there was that does FHRS enable, or can you, through FHRS, give everyone a public rating?
No, not such. The scheme is designed specifically for places where you eat out and consumers eat. That's the purpose of the scheme.
Yeah, it's a consumer-facing tool, and there are other business tools. We can pick that up maybe with a little explainer, perhaps, given the diversity across countries. Maybe we can pick that up separately. Good. So I think that just going back to the paper, absolutely note the great progress there really has been over the last year, and thank you to the work you've done in the team. Thank you too to the partners in local authorities and in the businesses who've been working with us on this. We can't do this without this kind of partnership working to really understand how the system works, and always keen to hear from businesses who'd like to help us develop these new approaches. I think you've got some useful feedback on the building blocks as you describe them for the future, and we are extremely keen to continue to progress the work towards the legislative change that will be necessary to support this work. In terms of the activities around the modernising the local authority delivery, can you just so I'm absolutely clear on the timelines for this? So the enterprise regulation will have the outcome from that pilot sort of spring, first half of next year, and then the other activities are going to take a little bit longer. Is that correct?
Yes, so enterprise level regulation closes in March 24. Evaluation will probably take 2 to 3 months. Food standards model will continue to roll out right the way through to March 25. And we're anticipating food law code of practice changes to enable the food hygiene delivery changes in April 25.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. So in my usual somewhat demanding way, I really would like this to come back to the June board for us to hear about the enterprise level regulation. If we haven't got every minute bit of it analysed, I think we really need to understand what that's showing us, where that's going, and really try to move that forward. And then, of course, the other work will have to come back shortly, sometime after that. Great. Thank you very much to you, Carmel, to Bex, to the whole of your team, to Katie for overseeing this. I know, Katie, you're not able to stay with us for the rest of the meeting, but thank you for arranging to be with us this morning. Thanks. So that feels like quite a mammoth session around local authorities, but we're going to, before we break for coffee, we're going to do one more paper, which is to think about the border target operating model. And in a way, this is a natural follow-on, because this is, again, about really inspections and enforcement and working with our partners in the field, including, in this case, with the port health authorities. Pleased to welcome to the table Jane Clark, who's our Director for Veterinary Services and Trade, and part of Angeli's team. So board members will be very familiar with the phrase BTOM, the Border Target Operating Model, and I know that officials have been working hard with DEFRA for a good while now on the technical details. This proposal has been delayed a number of times. We've expressed our deep concerns about that, but I am feeling very hopeful that this is really all set now to be introduced in January. It's not a moment too soon. soon and arguably a few moments too late, but, very, very keen that this should happen. I think it's a really timely moment for us to have this paper, which again is quite long, but sets out really where we've come from, how we've got to this place. And I think it allows us to review a number of the pieces of information on both the overall BTOM and then picks up on some of the specific things we've asked questions about, in particular the trusted trader pilots. So I'm sure there'll be a bit of discussion about that. We have had a number of questions in relation to this paper, and again, I hope we'll be able to touch on those either in the comments from the executive, or colleagues on the board might want to bring those to our attention. But without further ado, I suggest we ask Anjali, I think, are you going to start this off? Yes.
I'm actually going to hand over to Jane so we can leave more time for discussion, Susan,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anjali and Chair. Good morning, everyone. We did say we would keep it flexible. I just wanted to reiterate this is a paper that brings together a lot of the work that we've been doing on the BTOM, and that although other departments, DEFRA on the SPS elements, the sanitary and phytosanitary elements, Cabinet Office overarching and HMRC on customs have a significant lead in this. Of course, our important role is to ensure food and feed safety. And so we've been closely involved in all of this work as we've gone along. Just a few highlights from the paper, and then, as Anjali says, we will spend more time answering questions. The first thing I wanted to highlight is that the BTOM puts in place a new model for assuring that the imports of food and feed meet the UK's safety and standards. The standards themselves do not change. That's really important. There will be no new foods entering the UK market, and no new countries gain market access as a result of the BTOM. As Susan said, it's really great that implementation is due to start at the end of January for new controls for the first time on imported food and feed from the EU. And for the rest of the world, I just wanted to again highlight, we actually generally remain in a rather similar situation to before. There are risk-based approaches to identity checks, and a small number of commodity groupings will move into what is called the low-risk products of animal origin category. Otherwise, much is the status quo. So talking of identity checks, I wanted to highlight that. We're going to be moving the identity check rate to align with the physical check rate, which is undertaken in the border control posts. This is on the basis of the incredibly high compliance rates that we can assess. And in the first 6 months of 2022, for example, those exceeded 99%. So this is a risk-based reduction from the previous 100% ID checks to allow us to smooth the processes at the border and focus our resources where the impact will be greatest. So we're moving our focus now onto implementation and resourcing at the border and in the EU. And DEFRA is undertaking the main engagement with the EU member states to gauge their readiness and make sure that they're ready for the changes as well. DEFRA is also making additional funding available to Port Health authorities so that they are able to recruit staff ahead of the introduction of the physical and ID checks, which start from the 30th of April. And we have an ask of the board. The first is we ask that you delegate the decisions on the commodity and country risk ratings of food safety to the FSA executive team during the course of the year. This is the ranking of the risk categorisation. The second is that we report to the business committee those changes and other important information on the progress of the implementation of the BTOM. And the third really is for you to note and in particular discuss the ongoing work that DEFRA is leading on in relation to the trusted trader pilots. I have to stress these are also pilots. This work is ongoing, and there is much still to discuss in ensuring that the detail delivers the outcomes that we're seeking. That's it from me, Chair. Back to you for any questions.
Great, thank you. So there's a number of points there. There's ones about the risk model, there's the trusted trader pilots, and then I think there's likely to be some general comments around implementation. I don't know how much there is to say, in truth, about trusted pilots, because they are pilots, until we get the outcome from them, I'm not really sure. We can all speculate, but I'm not really sure there's much to discuss. And maybe all we need to do there is to note they're pilots and to reiterate that we are keen to see the outcomes of those before any decision is made to extend that. Again, it goes back to the previous conversation, really. I think it's important that we, if we're going to do a pilot, we review it and then decide what to do next, and it doesn't just, all evolve as being a done deal. I can see lots of colleagues around the table who are keen to come in on this. Anthony, you really lead on borders for us, so why don't I go to you first?
Thank you, Chair. This has been a long and very complicated journey to actually get us to this point, and I think we should actually just recognise the work that the team has done with colleagues in other departments getting us here, and that actually it will be great that in a few weeks' time we actually will have controls on goods coming in from the EU going forward. I think the most important thing is the point that Jane's made, and it's set out in 2.4, 5 and 6, that there is no changes to our standards going forward. This is just really a change in how we certify and monitor adherence to those standards. So it is important to recognise that. The other big thing I think that's worth remembering is that the dynamic nature of the risks model and the ability to change the categorisation that we've identified in the paper is really important, because that will mean that we'll be much more responsive to changes in risk and risk management going forward. It's also important to see how our government generally and the FSA specifically measure the impact of these changes. And I'm really glad that we've identified that we should go back to the Business Committee on a regular basis and actually report that. But the point I did want to make was on the trusted trader status. I don't think we should do anything more on it at this point. We should let those pilots run. We should wait till they're assessed, and then we should come back and look at them. So.
Thank you. Who else? Did I see Margaret trying to come in, and then Mark, and then I'll come to the other side of the table.
I just want to say that if there are risks that are emerging, I think they should go to full board. And I also think that some of them should go to ARAC, because I think our internal and external auditors should be seeing them. I don't think you're necessarily making the right decision on just keeping it to business boards. So I'd be interested in what Tim has to say about that. It does slightly worry me. My preference would be full board, but then ARAC could pick it up where Tim felt that the external and internal auditors should be made aware. So there's that one.
Margaret, can I just respond on that point? Because my understanding of the proposal is that the reporting to the Business Committee would just be a routine 6-month, this has happened, this hasn't happened, which may be nothing. If there were to be changes that needed to be made...
Or emerging risks.
Then I think that strategic changes, absolutely the Business Committee, I would expect to defer that to the board. And if there had been something that had, that needed to be followed up on, that had happened, that would go to ARAC. So I think the proposal is just that it would be just the routine reporting, and I sincerely hope that mostly that just says it's all ticking along nicely, thank you very much, so that it would just join the regular performance and reporting report. That I can see Anjali nodding as well, and I don't know if you're reassured by that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much risk involved in this, and it's so difficult that I'd be very surprised if it was...
Early on, it may well come back to the board, but as a general principle, routine, business as usual things, I think the Business Committee just should keep a watching eye.
Okay. Shall I move on?
Yes.
Obviously, 3.2 is a standout there. It's concerning pre-notification of the eligible shipments from the EU not routinely monitored. Compliance has been, to use your word from the paper, patchy. And that's very concerning. It's something that our staff and also port staff on visits have been routinely bringing up. And then we've obviously had food scares from, food chicken coming in from EU countries, etc. I think that is concerning. So a little bit more on that would be useful, because you have also made the statement that I've just made. And then the other thing is, again, it's been asked by staff who are on what I would call the front line, our own staff, and also port staff, the movement of some things into the low-risk area, because these goods have until now been rated higher for a reason. So a little bit more on what's changed.
Thank you. Let's continue round. Mark.
Thanks, Susan. Just, I know Anthony's picked up my first point already, but it is really important to note that standards aren't changing here. This is just about a different model for assurance. The question about reduction of the number of ID checks, I do have a question in relation to that. I can understand why it's attractive for us to do less on the basis of that level of compliance, but if I knew I was going to get 100% checked, I would comply. So my question is how we're going to monitor whether those compliance levels fall as we reduce the number of checks, because if people start to understand there'll be less checks, they may be less focused on complying in the first place. In relation to the trusted trader pilots, I didn't want to say too much on those, but it is still important, and we have said before, we want to be reassured that any trusted trader pilot is designed so that it can't be accessed fraudulently, and that all the safeguards are built into those pilots. So when we hear the results of those pilots, that will be a key question, certainly for me. Really interested to understand, if we can, how port health authorities might start to access the data that we should start to see from the end of January. That will be really important to them in terms of their planning for the physical checks that start to come in from the end of April. So just, if you can, something on that sort of practical element. 1.4 in this report talks about an annual report to the Business Committee, and I thought we'd agreed a 6-monthly report to the Business Committee. So just to reassure me, if you would, that that's what we're going to do. And you talked, Jane, about delegation. I think there's a really important reason why we should delegate those decisions to the executive, because, as Anthony pointed out, actually there's an element of dynamism required in that space, and for that to be a full board level of authorisation would actually slow that process down. But I'm absolutely convinced that the board will want to understand, and I think the Business Committee is the right place, what decisions have been made in that space.
Thank you very much. Tim.
Thank you. I suppose, just picking up on Margaret's point and on Mark's point, it is an assurance model, and I'm entirely happy with how it's being structured as presented. I do think it should come back to the Business Committee on the 6-monthly basis. And I do think ARAC, just pick up on Margaret's point, should be ready to be able to look more deeply in the light of the evidence that's available at that point. But I think that's a discretionary point, dependent on how well it's going. And my second point is really that we do keep the focus as much on food, but also on feed. Because when there's any opportunity for any change in regulatory system, there will be some people who see opportunity. Feed is a very good area to take that opportunity, I would suggest, so very important in terms of the supply chain and food chain that we keep a watchful eye.
Thank you. Hayley, did I see that you wanted to come in on this?
Thank you, yes. Excellent paper, thank you very much. It was really, really clear. I say 10 pages, not, you know, it's succinct as well in comparison to the rest of the pack, so thank you. That's not a dig at everyone else's paper, but 10's a light read. OK, I'll rattle through a couple of points. No particular order. So number 1 point, I know DEFRA is leading on the interface with other member states, but just reflecting on the experience of Republic of Ireland with the EU getting on board, I suppose the question is, are the EU ready for this? And what do we think the experience might be there? So any feedback from member states would be interested to hear. Second, on trusted trader, not to add to the sort of discussion on the pilots, but The question around should authenticity be an element of it? Yes, I think it should, to make the point that we do take authenticity really seriously, although I think the risks of authenticity are probably greater from non-trusted traders. But I think if we've got the option to put it in, we should put it in. We have on record from the annual report and from letters that have gone sort of, politically in the last year about the importance of this happening. And although we are moving into the implementation phase, what would we do in the event of any further delay? Because this is political and we shouldn't rule anything out. So I think it's probably more of a question to the chair and the board, just considering what we would do in the event of this not happening as per the timetable. And then finally to the question, does the board agree with the exec taking decisions on this? I have absolutely no problem with the exec making decisions on the risk ratings around food safety. I think the detail that you provided about the risk model and actually how robust that is, coupled with that real world intelligence that we have, I'm absolutely confident in that being delegated to exec. So thank you.
Anthony, did you just want to finish off?
Yes, sorry. Just to pick up on Hayley's point, certainly even yesterday we were hearing from companies saying that their suppliers don't believe this will actually happen. So that is a very valid point that is out there at the moment. But just to reassure colleagues, I think it is important to recognise where we currently are. Since January 2022, other than pre-notification data, there is no other routine checks going on in goods that are flowing in from the EU. There's free movement of goods into the UK as a result. This will actually bring real checks in, hopefully from January onwards, and I think it is important to recognise that. The trusted pilot, the trusted trader pilots that are coming along will add further to that as we go forward. But at the moment, we're currently sitting with very little there, and this is a very positive step forward.
Okay, Fiona and David, really quickly, I'm conscious our coffee is looming.
Thank you, Susan. I'm afraid I just wanted to come back to the point about the business committee or the board. Day-to-day business, that absolutely makes sense, but this has been such a significant programme for FSA. We've made a great deal of public noise about the importance of having these controls in place, and I think a year on it would be really valuable to have some reporting back to the board about how effective that process has been and what level of assurance it adds to the system.
David?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I agree with Hayley. This is an excellent paper, 10 pages telling us all we need to know, beautifully succinct. However, on the trusted trader scheme and the pilots, I'm afraid I conclude they are simply not good enough because they do nothing about fake food and food authenticity. Indeed, in paragraph 7.8, we say we're working with DEFRA to consider whether an authenticity element could be added, possibly into the CAA model at a later stage. Well, I'm sorry, Chair, but we're not just an organisation concerned with safety. It's food we can trust. It's a major leg of our three-legged stool, and there's nothing in these pilots about it. And as colleagues will know, the EU have said that, for example, 90% of the honey in our shelves is fake. We're awash with fake parmesan and olive oil and coffee and orange juice and herbs and spices and a range of things. And we simply ask DEFRA, please build in something on food authenticity into these pilots as soon as possible.
I'll let Anjali respond to that, but I think I know what she's going to say. I think we are pressing for that, David, but yeah. Anjali, why don't you respond to some of the comments we've heard, and then I want to quickly wrap up and just cover off the points the board was asked to agree.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you to everyone for your really helpful comments. I'm going to try and take them in turn and wrap up where there's been some common themes. Margaret, just a point of clarification, in terms of your reference to 3.2, and the pre-notification requirement previously, we're referring to what was in the past, but now that there's going to be a requirement, we expect it to not be patchy. So it was just a reference to what we've had, but going forward, we expect it to be better.
The current situation.
Yes, exactly.
I do understand that.
And then if we have time, maybe we can pick up the point about things moving from low to medium. That's the whole basis of the risk model. And it's done on science and evidence base, but I'm very conscious of time, so happy to pick that up further if it's helpful in terms of the detail behind the risk model and what's set out in the paper. Mark, thank you very much for the comments around reduction in terms of the ID checks. Just to flag, there is still going to be 100% documentary checks, but it is a fair challenge. And I think the point I would make is it's dynamic. We can still change aspects of the border control. So that's the point on that, but a very fair challenge around what is changing. Maybe Jane can pick up the point about how PHAs will access the data. And apologies, the business committee request should be 6 monthly, not annually. So an error on our part, so apologies for that. Tim, just to reassure you, in terms of the focus on food and feed, the risk model does take account of feed, very much an important point for us. And then a few points on interface with member states. Hayley, you're right, it is a DEFRA lead, mainly the Chief Veterinary Officer. We are keeping a very close eye on the feedback that comes back on that. And also in our interaction with stakeholders such as the BRC, we're asking what are they hearing, what's being said. And I know on the back of the visit that Emily did, that the Belgium and Netherlands CEOs say that they're actually very much gearing up for checks coming in January. So overall positive, but it's on the basis of what we're told. David, on trusted traders and authenticity, Susan's absolutely right. We've pushed very, very hard on a number of fronts. I think the issue around authenticity is it's complex. That's not to say we shouldn't do it. It's not something that's just checked at the border, as you know. So it's how we manage and work these pilots that's included. To reassure you, the team are having those conversations, not just with DEFRA, broader, because it goes broader than that. And I think, Fiona, your points around business committee versus board, the team and I are very aware of the interest of the board, which is why this time round the paper covers a number of aspects. If there were any incidents, etc., of course we would escalate in the usual manner. But as Susan helpfully set out, the intention behind the business committee is that usual reporting, but noted about the request that implementation and coming back to the board. Hopefully I've answered most of the questions.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the Port Health Authority. We'd encourage as much data sharing as possible, so let's work that out online. So where I think we are is that there have been no specific comments on the risk model, and people, I think, feel confident that the teams are over this. I know CERD and others have been feeding into the evidence base on that. Everybody was content that that should be a decision for the executive, which would then be reported to the business committee at every other meeting, so six monthly, and that substantive changes would come to the board. I'm inclined to suggest that, assuming that this does come in January, that I think at both the March and the June boards, I would expect that this will either just be a very brief update in the chief exec's report, if all is going fine. If not, then I think it would be helpful, maybe in June, when we've just got a little bit of experience. I think it would be good for the board to hear what's going on. But let's judge that at what level of the board scrutiny that needs. The trusted traders will come back. We've talked a lot about that. I think Anthony's point about not forgetting feed, Tim's point about not forgetting feed. I don't know if any of the trusted trader pilots are about feed businesses. No, they're not. So
no, we can take that away.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think that is probably everything that we have been asked to consider. We've talked about the governance arrangements, we've talked about board scrutiny, and I think all we can say is that we absolutely think that this is a really important safeguard for the UK in the world we live in now outside the EU, and it's also important in meeting our legal responsibilities that we treat countries equally. So for both of those reasons, it is absolutely vital that these should come in January. Hayley asked what would happen if that doesn't. I mean, I think that everybody will hear the tone in my voice of the level of frustration and disappointment that will happen. And I think we just need to see how this plays out. I travel in hope and confidence. There's a lot of preparation going on now at a, accelerated level. So I am hopeful that this will happen. If it doesn't, then of course we will need to think seriously about what we need to do at that point. Okay, thank you, team. I really do know there's been an awful lot of work that's gone on to getting us to this point, a huge amount of data analysis, a huge number of conversations and meetings right across government. We're not in the lead on this, and as ever, when you're working with others, there's a lot more conversations required. Industry have had a lot of warning that this is coming in, industry both here and in the EU, and frankly, we just need to get on with it now. And let's hope it goes well. And our thoughts are with the people on the ground in the Port Health authorities and the local authorities who are going to be responsible for delivering these checks. Thank you, team, and thank you to everyone around the table. And we're going to take a short break for coffee. For those of you who are watching online, we're going to aim to be back with you at 11:20. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and we're now into the item on the risk analysis process and the regulated products service. I'm delighted to welcome Lexi Rees to join us at the board table. So this is our regular update on the regulated products service and the issues which have occurred in the risk analysis process. We've had two questions to the board on this. One relates, is a very specific question around CBD, which we'll deal with in writing. The second is a question with concerns about delays to feed additives. And as will be apparent from the paper, I'm afraid we are in a position of having to say that there are some significant delays in our regulated products service more generally. These really came apparent as part of the scrutiny of the service at the Business Committee, and we'll return to that in more detail in Mark's report to the board later this morning. I do want to, though, take this opportunity to say that the board are extremely concerned about this. We recognise that delays in this service have a real impact on businesses who want to bring their products to market, and indeed on consumers, or in the case of animal feed, sort of producers who want the extra choice or the specific benefits that these products might bring. I think it's also important just to remind people it is not in FSA's interest to delay this. We want to get this through this as quickly as possible, but we absolutely have our work cut out already. But the longer things remain in the system, the more we have to manage. And I say all of that because we all want to get through this more quickly. And whilst absolutely acknowledging the delays and expressing my deep disappointment that we're in this position, I really do want us to focus today on how we are going to resolve this, perhaps going a bit far, but how we can make best progress towards alleviating those delays. The paper really covers three things. It's a brief summary of where we are now. It talks about our ambitions for the longer-term reform work, which the board were very keen to see. The plans for that will come to the March board meeting, or the options for that longer-term reform will come to the March board meeting. But today, I want us to discuss and give a very, very clear steer to the executive on the direction of travel and what we're looking for in that radical reform package. So I'm keen that we make that a major focus of work, of our discussion today. That's for the future. We have, as the paper makes clear, a problem in the here and now. And so I think the bulk of what we talk about needs to be around what are called the priority reforms, which are things that we think we might be able to do to a slightly quicker timetable. So I hope that officials today can really talk us through those priority reforms and set out the sort of building block roadmap, I suppose, towards the more radical reform. And I suggest that we pick up most of the issues about the current service in the report to the Business Committee later. So it's a detailed paper, and I do want to thank the team for the sort of frankness in setting out the situation that we face and the thought that has gone into how we might resolve it. And Lexi, perhaps, or Rebecca, perhaps, do you want to introduce the paper right now? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Susan. In a moment, I'm going to hand over to Lexi to very briefly summarise current performance, but I do want to start with reform. As Susan has said, it's only with these further and more ambitious reforms that we can make this service sustainable for the future. Just to set out the shape of this then, so we have the continuous improvements, which we are focused on all the time, the things that we're doing every day to make that service run as efficiently as possible. And then we have the longer term reforms, and as Susan said, we'll be bringing those proposals to the March board. Within that, we've got 2 priority reforms that we've highlighted for you today. They are part of that longer term vision, so they're very much part of what we think the service could and should look like in the longer term, but we can do those much sooner. And for those of you who had a look at our novel foods review earlier this year, you'll note that we had a category of what we called no regrets reforms. So these are things that we want to do anyway, but in this case we think we can do them sooner, even if we don't necessarily make progress with the longer term reforms. So in the paper we've set out 7 reform principles that guide our approach, and these show how our reforms will remain true to the fundamental aims of the FSA and also guide how we'll put some of those reforms into place. And we're already thinking about the long-term future, as we said. So focusing then on the 2 priority reforms, the ones that would have a really substantial impact on the speed and effectiveness of the service. The first is to move away from automatic renewals. And this would take a more proportionate and risk-based approach to thinking about the long-term safety of products and calling products in for review only if evidence about safety has changed. And I really want to emphasise this point, and it goes back to that first principle we've set out. Our reforms will not reduce food safety. Obviously, if there is new evidence about risk, then we would want to consider that, and we can review products when that's necessary. The second reform that we've proposed here to be brought forward is to put in place a more efficient process for bringing authorisations into force. The process we have here in the UK, applied in GB across the 3 nations, has additional legislative steps that were not part of the EU process. This change could reduce the time taken to authorise a product by up to 6 months, and that would be very significant. So these are the 2 reforms that we think, if we can introduce those at pace, and we will need to make legislation to do this, and we can talk a little bit more about the timetable for that as part of the discussion, then we feel that we would have a much better chance of getting on top of our caseload and bringing it back into that service standard that we expect to deliver, and we know that our applicants expect from us. And I know Lexi will confirm this as well, but we are as frustrated as the board that the caseload is building and we're not able to deliver the service that we would like. And we can come on to talk more about some of the reasons for that. But again, as Susan has said, we'll also be exploring some of those more day-to-day challenges with the Business Committee and seeking support from the board and your advice and expertise to think about how we understand and prioritise the steps that we need to take. So I'll now hand over to Lexi to talk very briefly about current performance before we open for discussion.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks, Rebecca. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, and I will echo that we do share the concern and the disappointment, and we're doing everything we can to try and recover. So just briefly, on risk analysis issues, we have 29 on the register, 3 new issues and 1 complete since we last reported to the board, and these are listed in the paper, so I won't go into detail. And on regulated products, we have 450 applications in the service and have completed 50 in total since the service went live, and a further 13 feed additives have been authorised this month. So as the Chair highlighted, it is unfortunate that we have identified that there will be a delay of around 6 months to the authorisations planned for the remainder of the financial year. However, these applications are progressing, having come out of risk assessment, and we plan to launch consultations next quarter. So just briefly, the delays are due to additional work required to ensure the continued availability of cobalt as a feed additive, which was prioritised on animal welfare grounds, pressures on resourcing and resilience in key teams, extended period required to resolve legal issues for earlier authorisations, different parliamentary timetables and rules across the nations, and taking through our first batch of applications that did not build on previous EU opinions. So resources remain the biggest risk to our delivery timetable. However, we are mitigating against those with our continuous improvements. We have seen better quality applications since the launch of the case management system. We held our first panel in November to consider applications that will benefit from the effective use of other regulators' opinions. We are taking a firmer approach with poorer quality applications. We've increased the use of risk assessors, reserving SAC resource for more technical cases. We've strengthened our governance, building in additional review points for the future delivery timetable and revised our assumptions. We are front-loading activity to mitigate against issues arising further down the line. And we regularly apply lean techniques to our processes to ensure that we are efficient and as streamlined as possible across the authorisation journey. And we continue to dedicate pre-application to support to first-of-kind applications to help inform our approach while supporting innovation. However, as you're aware, radical reform is required to bring the step change needed. So I'll hand back to the Chair to open up the discussion.
Thank you, Lexi. And yeah, I do appreciate and I think it's important to actually the board know that some of the technological things, the new CMS thing, various other tech solutions that we put in place have made a difference and will continue to deliver value. So, the team have been trying to progress that. As I said, I want to focus on solutions rather than the state we are in. But let's just spend a couple of moments, if anybody has any questions for Lexi about the current situation that they want to raise now, or any points of clarification. Margaret.
Just a tiny point before we get to the whole big discussion, which is just on the risk analysis stuff at the beginning and on folic acid, just assurances that we will keep monitoring the situation, because at the moment we decided on very low levels, and in the scientific world it is disputed whether we should have put higher levels or asked for higher levels to go into bread, that continues to be monitored.
Robin, you're probably closest to that because that's a sort of CMO issue. Do you want to comment?
Thanks, Susan. I can do, yes. So my understanding from the Department of Health conversations is they do intend to do post-market monitoring once those come in, and both we and Department of Health will be very clear about the fact that we will adjust our guidance if any of that monitoring suggests the level should be different. As soon as it's implemented, I have regular catch-ups with them anyway. I can report back to the board on how that review is going, but it will obviously take some time before we start to see data from that after the new regulations take place.
Okay, so I promise we will return back to this in the Business Committee. So let's move on to the most important element for today, which is reform. I suggest we first look at the principles for the long-term reform, which are in paragraph 3.20 in the paper. So this is really just an opportunity for us to either endorse or amend or add to these areas so that the executive can go away and really build a more tangible set of options for us to consider at the next board meeting. I should say that this was something that the board had a workshop at in our retreat. So this isn't sort of fresh to us. So if people watching think there's perhaps not a huge number of comments, this is stuff that we have discussed in huge detail. And I guess what's happening here is the executive are sort of playing back to us. This is what they heard at our retreat. This is the things that they felt they think we want to prioritise, and this is just our chance to agree that. I'm seeing various nods around the table. If there are no particular comments on this is fine. We can go on to the priority reforms, but Tim.
Yes, I mean, the principles are fine, and I think it'd be difficult to disagree with them, and they have come out of discussion, so I recognise that. But this isn't really just a discussion, as we will develop, about principles. It's about architecture and function. And so I'm keen that we get into that discussion, and also that we have an ambition about what we think we're designing, so that there's a clarity because I do think that we have experienced, and one can understand history, a step change in the burden on the FSA and also in the style of the job that we need to take forward.
Tim, do you have any thoughts or suggestions around what you're hoping to see?
I do. I think I'd rather hear the body of discussion first, and then come out with a view.
Emily?
I just wanted to draw out the seventh principle for you, that we will strive for four-country working, because this possibly is the one that has the most obvious consequences for how we're going to run the system. Obviously, you're all going to be able to take decisions later if you want to deviate from this, but the consequence of this would mean, for instance, that we would be aiming for parallel laying dates in the three different nations. We'd be taking decisions to ministers at the same time. Across the three nations, we would be consulting at the same time, and we would also be thinking very carefully about Northern Ireland, following the EU standards and trying to minimise diversion. So this is probably the one that has the most consequences for both our timeliness and our actual risk assessments.
Does it also have consequences for the way we run the process? I mean, the process. I mean, you were talking very much about the sort of end of it.
Yeah, no, it does.
But I think presumably we'll need to build that in from the very outset.
Yes, I mean, it also means, for example, that we have a very frequent discussions on each product in a working group approach with Food Standards Scotland as well, because we're trying to do this in step.
Rebecca.
I'm really glad Emily has raised this, and just to clarify this even further, there are both process and outcome aspects to this. And you'll notice that it's carefully worded, that it says we will strive for four-country working, and strive is the right word. We work incredibly hard, and we get incredible support from our colleagues in Wales and Northern Ireland and in Scotland to achieve this. But I do want to emphasise that, as we can see in the decisions that are happening now, we can't guarantee that the regulatory systems in all of those four countries will be the same. And precision breeding has been an example where we have discussed what some of the consequences might be of having a different approach. So this, I think this is something I'd be really keen to hear from the board about, and thinking, help us to think through some of the consequences and some of the benefits, but also some of the risks.
I guess, as Tim says, what we really need is the option on the table, but perhaps when those options come in March, we might have, it would be helpful to have a very specific consideration of what this means in relation to four-country working. Okay, so I'm going to move us on then to the priority reforms. So they are priorities. They will have if we can make them happen, they will have the biggest impact in the timeliest way. That said, they're not going to change things this week, next week, next month. So we absolutely need to be realistic about this. But we're in a position where we need to take every opportunity we can. So the two things that are on the table are, firstly, and perhaps most consequentially, I think, is the proposition that we should remove automatic renewals. Now, as Rebecca said, there is currently always the opportunity for us to reopen consideration if new evidence comes to light. These renewals were built in many years ago. In the sort of inertia that is in the system, they've stayed there. That's the way it works. It would take about, I understand, did you say, Rebecca, tell me it was about 25% of the caseload out. It would make a step change right now. It would also, of course, keep the numbers lower in the future, because as new things are authorised, we wouldn't be building in automatic renewals. So it is, I think, a significant opportunity. As you can tell, I'm personally very supportive of this, but I would really like to hear views from others, particularly if anybody has concerns that this is not the right thing to do. Goodness, on this we are all agreed. There we go. So, Rebecca, maybe you could tell us what would be the next steps to making this, to enacting this.
Yes, so for either of these proposals, or both, we're obviously behind the scenes working up the detail that would lie behind it and thinking about the legislation that would be required. So we would aim to take this forward as part of the government's Smarter Regulation programme, which is, as some people know, is the successor to the work that has been done as part of the retained EU law review. So this is very much something that we think is an example of an area where we can streamline and remove some requirements that we consider may not be proportionate. And we still will need to seek support from the relevant legislative committees, which we can do early in the new year, and they will then work with us to find a legislative slot. But I think it would be useful to hear the discussion on the SI point as well, because we will need to consider very carefully capacity, not only within the FSA, but as we've discussed, thinking about how we're going to approach this with colleagues in Wales and in Scotland in particular, and also to think about the legal drafting requirements and really examine what kind of package are we going to put forward, and are we going to prioritise
let's decide whether we want to do it
with
first.
less risk or try and capture a little bit more. Yeah.
So the second proposition is that we try to simplify the sort of functions at the very end in relation particularly to individual SIs for each of these. And I hadn't appreciated just how complex this is, because if we're trying to get the same laying dates in all 4 countries, then that actually contracts the number of possible dates available because of differences in the parliamentary timetables. It seems to me that we have already agreed a somewhat simpler process at the tail end for the precision breeding, and I'm just wondering whether this would be an opportunity to bring these other regulatory decisions closer to that, and therefore would be part of our overall alignment. So I can certainly see some merit. I don't think it does reduce any, it doesn't change decision making in any way. It doesn't change the ministerial scrutiny. I kind of just checked now. So Rebecca's reassuring us that it remains the same. So this is really just about the administrative process at the end. Anthony, did you want to comment on this?
Just to say, I agree, and if we can align them in a standard format, it will make life so much easier, or if we can get legislative consent motions to actually do it, but most of the devolved will actually want to do this for themselves, so we do need to work closely together, but it is the only way forward.
Were there any comments from NIFAC on this?
NIFAC were fully in agreement with this and thought it was the right way to go and absolutely should be done and done quickly. We will be debating this as an area in January, and we want to do a focus on it, but we thought this was the best approach to date.
Okay, so this is going to be your next themed meeting on regulated products. Great. And Rhian from WFAC.
The same, actually. WFAC had no particular comments. I suppose the one comment I would make is that whilst Welsh Government will want to, continue to be incredibly involved in this, there is a budgetary consideration that's popping into my mind in terms of resource. Just looking ahead to future budgets, I mean, FSA in Wales are doing really well to come in on budget this year, but like the bigger organisation, there are going to be pressures. And I think we've just got to be aware of any additional burden their part in this process will play. If we constrain the laying dates to fewer, that will create a pressure to process things on the Wales side. Just keep that in our minds, perhaps. Thank you.
I am extremely conscious of resources. I mean, none of us can not be, given the situation we're in. But I think that this is a case where I think we have got to invest in order to actually solve this problem, because continuing as we are is consuming larger amount of resource. Emily?
This proposal reduces resource.
Yeah, but Rebecca was telling me, we have to be very careful about legislation and putting this all together, and do we have the resources to do it? So I was hearing a degree of pushback.
Two different bits of resource. So we would save, if we got this proposition through, we won't have to put as much policy resource into doing submissions to ministers, preparing statutory instruments and legal and so on. There is a separate amount of resource that's needed to prepare these reforms and to get them through.
I completely get that. I suppose what I'm saying is we have to put in that extra resource in order to rescue or to contain the problem that we have in relation to the regulated products service. At least that's my view, is that would be an appropriate use of our resources, because otherwise we're just continuing to hemorrhage resource in the added burden it's creating in the policy team. I'm seeing some nods around the table in support of that view. Everybody's very... Oh, Tim.
So I'm very supportive of that. Thank you. I guess there's the opportunity, and it doesn't happen very often, certainly within the public sector, to just take a little bit of a helicopter view as to what we're trying to achieve. And really what we are trying to achieve is market authorisation for what would be an increasingly wide diversity of products, technologies, and indeed volumes. And I don't think, well, I hope I'm not wrong in saying this, I don't think that's what we currently had anticipated in advance, but it's certainly what we're experiencing now and will experience in the future. And actually having a pipeline, almost an industrial approach to how we market authorise, learning not just from the inherited FSA methodologies, but looking more broadly, is something we ought to be able to take the opportunity to do. I recognise very strongly both the resource and opportunity constraints around that, and I do hear very strongly the comments around the four-country approach and the SI constraints that we've had historically and currently. But this is an opportunity to revisit that, and whilst we will hopefully go along a course that will look at a future, what we do now will be some of the foundation stones for what that future will look like. So hopefully we can keep that helicopter view as we go. I recognise we're kind of, analogy coming up, but we're trying to rebuild the plane while we're flying it. But actually we do want to look very critically about some of the problems and how they're addressed in any future design, which is why I use the word architecture. And I'm also conscious that we have some grey areas, for example, between what might be viewed biologically active supplements and the role of the MHRA, for example. And if there's an opportunity to make that less grey, then I think we should seize it.
Thank you, Tim. And I think this is a place where the board has a really important role to play in taking that bigger view. It's very, the executive are really in the weeds of this, and I think we do provide a very important checkpoint and trying to make sure that we are, we are seeing the whole picture. Margaret.
It's quite a difficult one because this is quite operational and it's not our job to tell you how to do your job. So, but on the other hand, what I'm hearing is that if we throw out a few ideas that might be wacky or they might be helpful, we might as well do that. So with that in mind and acknowledging these are decisions ultimately for our exec, I think the word simplification is the key thing and all the thinking around this. The system needs to be simplified because that's the only way you're going to make it more efficient and faster, and that's what we need to do. Have you considered, and this is going to cost a little bit more, have you considered bringing in somebody from outside? Because I've seen projects before in other organisations where we think we can do it and actually we don't necessarily have the absolute expertise that we necessarily need. That isn't undermining our staff in any way whatsoever, but has the time come, this is for you to consider, whether you bring in, you can call it a project manager, an ops manager, whatever, to come in and say, actually, I've done similar projects before in public service and this is how I can help you deliver it. As I say, working alongside, but taking the pressure off our own staff and saying, I'm going to now do this and obviously answer to the board or whoever. Secondly, you've probably done this already, actually. What I'd be thinking about would be bringing in the lawyers, our lawyers, and saying, look at our system and putting aside all other things, safety, the lot, list what we don't have to do in this system. Are there things we can just scrap out? Then you look at, then Emily Rebecca and everyone else goes back, Lexi looks at the list again and says, actually, we can't scrap that out because there are safety issues here, there are risks issues, there are reputational issues, and you then put back what is necessary. And I think that may help a little bit. 2 little ideas thrown at you.
Thank you. Justin, I think you wanted to comment on this too.
Yeah, I mean, 2 things. I mean, one, I think we should acknowledge that the work the team's done at the front end, particularly the submissions, has delivered simplification. And one of the things that's been quite impressive is that actually businesses are not being asked for more information. We're not having that burden on the team anymore. So the first bit of the system has been improved already, and that's achieved real change. My question more was around, in terms of the paper and the quick wins, the timeline, and my nervousness, we've been discussing this in the June board, we've come out, is if we're waiting till the March board to come back with another list of proposals, or is it we're expecting March board to sign off anything that requires a board decision to move forward, but we're expecting these wins to be operationalised now, rather than waiting till March to revisit it. So it's just get some clarity on timeline of action, because I think some of these we've talked about before, and I just would like to see that pace.
Thank you. Is there any more comments? If not, I'm just going to go Fiona, and then I'm going to come to Rebecca to give us a sort of detailed timeline, because I think we need to not muddle up the long-term, wholesale, radical reform from these sort of priority reforms.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, my main comment is I think that what we've seen a focus on, and it's a very helpful focus, is on process. We are flagged regularly in the papers on this area, the need for resources and the constraint on resources, and we haven't seen enough detail yet on how that can be tackled, because if that's one of the key blocks in the system, we have to find a way around it, because otherwise the ideas, which are largely external and which will be contingent on approvals and joint processes outside the FSA, we just can't move forward with the day job. So I think we really need to see some plans on how we're going to staff this process.
Rebecca, so resourcing it and the timeline, what's going to be delivered when?
Yeah, thank you. So to reassure the board, so as I said, so for these the priority reforms, we're working on those now. We'll need to put forward our outline proposals in February, and by the March board, we'll be able to give you a fuller update on the progress there. So it does depend on us being allocated parliamentary time, but we are working as quickly as we can. It's very difficult to predict when we'll be able to bring that legislation forward, even if we do get a slot, partly because obviously over the next year we're expecting a general election, and that is a certainty. So there are things outside our control, but yes, we're not waiting till March before progressing those priority reforms, and that's why we've brought them to the board today.
I just wonder if I might supplement that a little bit, Rebecca. So we need to go to the Parliamentary Legislation Committee to try and get a slot for the statutory instrument that we want to lay in front of Parliament. They have to give us permission to do that. We also need to check that Scotland and Welsh ministers want to progress with these reforms as well, and that DEFRA and DHSC ministers want to, because it's really their decision. We're going to be advising them. And we have to do a couple of other bits of analysis. So we go to PBL in February. We need to do a consultation. We then will need your endorsement to the proposals. We need ministers to agree. We'd be expecting to lay, if we get permission from PBL, hopefully in May, and then we'd need that all to come into force. That is a very, very tight timeline for these things. If they came into force, we would hopefully be using them from the autumn. That is the most optimistic that we will see for either of these things. And we've also got to remember that with taking the statutory instruments out of the process, Parliament may have a view on that. We think it's perfectly logical, but Parliament may have a different view. So there's a little bit of controversy in this too. So that's what we're aiming for in terms of timeline, but it's very ambitious.
And then, Rebecca, just very quickly, the thing that will come to the March board is a package of options for the radical reform piece.
That's right.
About both architecture and process.
Yeah, that's right. So that will take that will be developing that vision for the future of the service. So these priority reforms we've brought forward out of that, so they'll be part of that overall vision.
But it needs to be more than a vision.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want a vision in March.
Apologies.
We've got a vision
Yes.
already. We've got a vision. What we want is to know how we're going to operationalise this, and what are the options that the board need to
That's
decide.
absolutely heard. And just picking up on some of the points that I think both Tim and also Margaret made about simplification, there's a very brief mention in the paper of something that we're calling the common authorisation procedure, which essentially is one of the ways in which we feel we can, as I've said, that the EU process is highly specified. All of that is laid out in the legislation. If we can create more flexibility so that we can route products more effectively into the right route, that I think will also really improve the speed at which we're able to move things through and speed up that front end. As Tim has identified, there are often grey areas where we're having to think about how to deal with things. So I think that will be one of the things we'll bring forward in March.
Emily, very, very quickly.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to add, thank you, Margaret, for your suggestions. Really helpful to have those, and I'll consider them. Fiona, on the resourcing point, so because of the headcount cap and the budgetary limits that the FSA has, we feel in a bind about resourcing. We would love to be able to put more staff onto this. We feel very constrained because of the other priorities that the FSA does as well. We will, of course, be reviewing that, and we'll be bringing you proposals in January at the board retreat, and then to have those endorsed in public in March for next year's business plan. And if you want to tell us to move, X amount of resource from one thing to another at that point, and we've not judged it right, that's an opportunity for the board to intervene. I think, however, we may come to a point where we need to set out to ministers in the three nations where this operates, what the consequences are of not having sufficient resource, and possibly asking for more. I think it's a very difficult resourcing environment that we're operating in for government as well.
Thank you. Oh.
Thanks, Emily. That's really helpful, and I think it would be really useful in that conversation and bid to government to actually put in context how long it might take for a business. I mean, if I'm a business listening to this and I want to put a product through the process, we want to know how this will enable a speedy and efficient. I mean, I think we've got efficiencies laid out at this stage for the existing system. We need to be able to tell businesses how this is going to enable them, and government how this will enable that process.
Thank you. I think in terms of, if I understood you correctly, Emily, in terms of these priority reforms, we do need to do some ministerial engagement around the four countries, and I would suggest that following this meeting that I write to ministers and firstly sound them out on these specific priority reforms, but I think that is also the opportunity to start to make the case and bring them up to speed with the problem that we face and the impact that the resourcing challenges are having on that, really as the first step towards in the new year going back with our plans for how we want to solve this. So I suggest we work together. Margaret's already referred to this, that there is a risk that the board are getting a little bit more involved in this than we might otherwise do, and we need to calibrate that very carefully. This is for the executive to solve, but I think it's a matter which the board care deeply about. We're very concerned at the position that we're in, and I think that we do need to just find a way of working quite closely together over the coming months to provide the sort of challenge, the bigger picture view, the support, and I guess the sort of conviction of needing to. We can make our case. The board can make the case sometimes more in a sharper way than is possible for the executive. So I think we really need to just work together and understand our roles and responsibilities. But what we're united on is the common vision that we need a system which is really fit for purpose. And at the moment, there are, I'm not sure that it is. Okay, so I think we have a plan. We're very happy with the 2 principles for priority reform. Let's just get on with those. We've got no time to lose, particularly because, you know, if an election was to come sooner rather than later, that could really get in the way. So we must press on with this. Really look forward to the paper in March. Thank you very much for all the work you're doing on this, and we will sadly return to it when we come back to the Business Committee discussion. Thank you. So we move to the next item now, which is another one for Rebecca's team, and this is around food hypersensitivity. So we are going to be joined at the table now by James Cooper, who is leading on this in Rebecca's team. Welcome, James. So it's a year since we last discussed food hypersensitivity as a full board. It's an issue which has a very, very real impact on individuals' lives, and occasionally it has the most tragic consequences. On behalf of all of the FSA board and our officials, I do want to reiterate our sympathy to all the families and friends of those who have died because of an allergic reaction to food, and I know some of them are with us today. At the last board meeting, the board asked the executive to really look again at our work plan and to see how we could go further and faster. And I'm very pleased to see all the work that's happened since then. There's been a lot of evidence gathering. We've had meetings with families, with relevant charities, with other stakeholders. There's been a trip to the Republic of Ireland to see what the work that's going on there. And there was a parliamentary debate in Westminster Hall. So this paper provides, I think, a good update on progress in several work streams, but in particular, it focuses on how allergen information is presented to consumers in the non-pre-pack sector. So that's the sort of restaurants, cafe type arenas. I want to extend a particular welcome to Paul Carey, who's with us today, to observe the discussion. And as the board know, Paul lost his son Owen in 2017 as a result of anaphylaxis, and has since been working tireless to raise awareness of the issues today. And we've really appreciated the engagement we've had with you, Paul, and your family, and interested in your comments following the discussions today. We've also had a huge number of questions to the board on this, many from individuals who've also are affected or have been affected by food hypersensitivity, many calling on us to strengthen the requirements on businesses to provide written information, and another batch of questions from people advocating particular technical solutions to providing that information. The board have seen these, and they are available, as I said previously, on our website. I'm going to pass over, I think, to James just to talk us through the paper, and then we will, I think, try to structure the discussion a little around some of the particular issues that it presents to us. But James, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to assume the board has read the paper and noted the progress update to the food hypersensitivity plan, so I'm going to confine my introductory remarks to the section on provision of information to the non-pre-packed sector, where we're seeking some board decisions. People with food hypersensitivity need to be able to make informed decisions on where and what to eat, and businesses have got to provide information to help them do that. Currently, this can be either written or as part of a conversation. The evidence we've collected and considered indicates that there's room for improvement in the current information flows, and that greater emphasis on the written information is a key part of that, and that by putting more emphasis on that written information, we can get an awful long way towards delivering what consumers need. However, written information does have some challenges. It's relatively static. It takes time to change a menu. It provides information on what dishes the consumers should definitely avoid due to what the intended ingredients are. It doesn't necessarily provide information on what they might want to avoid due to unintended ingredients from cross-contamination or last-minute substitutions. So there is a risk that over-reliance on written information, either by consumers or businesses, can lead to these dynamic risks being missed and also missing the opportunity to mitigate them. So while emphasising that written information is key to getting the information consumers need, we also need to ensure that we can address these dynamic risks, and therefore a conversation is also a key part of addressing this and the best way to do it. So we are therefore proposing to create a presumption that those supplying non-prepacked food will provide both written information and a conversation with consumers. The reason we've said presumption in the paper is that should the board agree to the proposal, there are a number of choices in terms of how we go about doing this, which I would like the board to consider, and I'll briefly outline now. So, having been clear that written information is important, the first question is how are we going to provide that information, in what format it's being provided. Do we want to be very prescriptive and say it's absolutely got to be on menus? Do we want to be very flexible and say so long as it's written somewhere, we don't mind what format that's done in? Or is there a sort of medium bit where we can give a strong direction to say we prefer it in this way, or in these circumstances that's suitable, or here are a range of suitable ways you can do it, to support the sector in understanding what the requirement or the expectation means? So the risk here is the classic one size doesn't fit all risk. So if we are too firm in what we want to do, businesses may not be able to adapt to their particular situation. And the impact of that is that businesses might either just give up and decide not to comply, or it may lead to a proliferation of the sort of may contain type statements where businesses don't feel they can put all the information we're asking of them in exactly the format we're asking of it. So instead they say, we handle these ingredients, it may be here at your own risk. So we want to avoid that kind of information because that isn't helpful to consumers. So providing some flexibility allows businesses to adapt to provide the most detailed information in the way most suitable to their business. The second choice for the board is about how we enable compliance. We can do that by strengthening the guidance we have that would be directly related to the Food Law Code of Practice, so that when trading standards go in to look at businesses, that in the revised food code there is now a section on allergen information, and we could reference cross to our guidance, and that would be the expected way that we would expect allergen information to be presented, both with the written and the conversation. Or we could choose to legislate and say you must put written information, again with whatever level of prescription we determine. Choosing the former doesn't preclude the latter. Either way, we need a system in place to check that things are being done, and we need the guidance there to support what's being done. So it's partly a question of balancing a supporting discussion versus imposing penalties, and actually it's partly a question of sequencing and timing. The final choice is around the consistency of presentation, so the extent to which we want to work with consumers and businesses to say, here's a standardised approach to how this information is presented, be that letters, symbols, numbers, those kind of things, and wherever we put it, it's written in a standard way, versus, again, giving businesses the freedoms they might need to adapt to their particular situation, and then it's sort of enhancing their particular consumer's experience. So those are the questions that I'd very much welcome the board's views on.
Great, thank you very much, James. And absolutely right to focus on the written information. Just before we get into that, though, I just do want to ask if people have comments on other aspects of the paper in relation to the ongoing work, or if people are happy that with what's set out in the paper. David, is yours about the other, not written information, just the...
I want to talk about the conversation part of it. Mark is going to express.
Well, let's just do the things out beyond that. The work that's been done on precautionary allergen labelling, thresholds. Are people content with that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Good. So let's move on then to, in particular, to talk about the idea of written information and a conversation, and the particular questions that you asked us. I suggest we have a general discussion first on the principle of it, and then we can get into some of the more detail of whether we agree with the specific proposals which are made here. So I can see that I know that David wants to come in, Margaret wants to come in, Fiona wants to come in. So I'm just wondering what the best way of doing this. David, you were first off the mark. So what?
Margaret is more an expert than I prefer to follow.
Okay, I was going to suggest we finished with Margaret, but anyway, there we go.
Very happy, thank you. And thank you, James. And there's good stuff in here. And the PAL, stating the reason for the caution and allergen will make a big difference. And I think also I do want to say respect for our scientists on saying we need to know more about thresholds before just going straight down the codex line. And we need to respect that view rather than not using it. Pre-packed foods, specifically menus. I think we need to make progress on this. I think we need to make decisions on this so that we can move on and free up resource for other things. And I think we need to be bold because we've had these conversations too often before. I think the only way forward now to deal with some of the questions you've already raised, James, is to go to ministers and to make it quite clear, whatever the political situation is, that if we get this mandated, that written information is king. It's a must for allergen sufferers. It's more reliable than oral. But if we get it mandated, then it's dealt with. It can be fast-tracked, tagged onto current laws. It happened via the FSA and our advice with Natasha's law. I don't accept that changing a menu because ingredients have changed is difficult in the modern world. You can rub something off a blackboard. You print your menu often daily in the printer out the back, even in very small businesses. I don't think we need to discuss standardisation. I don't think we need to discuss the form that somebody has to write it down in, because you around here who don't have allergies ain't going to be reading it anyway, and the people with allergies will absolutely know that N means nuts or 3 equals milk. They'll work it out. So I don't think we need to obsess about standardisation or put that in law. So looking at your papers, I don't accept the recommendation that we simply issue direction. I think that gives too many get-outs for FBOs. It doesn't deal with, the written information. And I don't understand why we do that, because in a way we'd be ignoring our own research and evidence from FSA consultations, which you've outlined in 4.5 here, which shows that consumers want written information with a preference for menu labelling. Instead, you're recommending we go for mixed preferences of food businesses. Just a quick reminder before I end, the FSA was set up to protect consumers. Our current strategic plan says we put consumer safety first. Many organisations, restaurants, etc., are already doing this. They know it's the right thing to do. And I think on compliance, the vast majority of food companies are law-abiding, and they will comply, as is clearly seen in Ireland. So, I think the time is right to do it now. I think we can make a difference. I don't support the guidance route because I think we're lacking clarity for businesses and we're undermining consumer safety. I think an articulate young person out alone or just with a group of friends should be able to see something in writing as a starting point, and I don't think the onus should be on some very young, inexperienced waiter. So I'm suggesting that we ask our exec colleagues to prepare a document for ministers as soon as possible, and if this set of ministers don't want it, we keep going back until the next one do, because I think it's inevitable that we will go the way of other countries like Ireland. I think we need to explain the evidence to support mandatory written information on the menu, but allowing for a last resort option of a written matrix and without mandating how it is written. And I think if we do that, we could prevent future deaths.
Thank you, Margaret. David.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before you and I joined this organisation, former colleagues and staff did a tremendous amount of work on allergens and really changed the whole system in the country. And over the last 2 years, we've done even more. And I think today there's the final piece in the jigsaw to be fitted in, and that's the written information, which I completely support, and I agree with Margaret, it should be done ASAP. What form that written information should take, I'm not sure of. I leave it to experts to come up with some various options, maybe focus group, test it to see which works. However, our colleague said that written information is not dynamic, it can change. I would respectfully suggest that whilst written information can change, the idea that 1 million kids in the food industry are going to give better, more accurate information in a conversation, I think, if I may say so, is utterly naive. No, I'll be ruder than that. It's quite barking mad, actually. Now, I understand if you go to Mr. Blumenthal's place, you can have a conversation with him about every molecule in his food. But there's 1 million young people serving in cafes and restaurants and joints. Pop 100 yards across the road this lunchtime into the Nando's, Slim Chickens, to Casa Brazil, Coal Kitchen, TGI Fridays, and say, I want a conversation about my peanut allergy, please. What will happen if we try and do this and legislate to have a conversation? First of all, we'll look ridiculous. And secondly, cafes and restaurants, as some are doing already, are saying we can't guarantee that there's no allergens in our food. Therefore, if you've got an allergy, please don't use our cafe or restaurant. If we go down this route, we'll see tens of thousands of joints doing it because they will be unable to have that. Their staff will not be able to have that conversation. You go into places at the moment and say, what's the special? Oh, I don't know, Gav, I'll ask the chef. What's in the special? Don't know, Gav, I'll go back and ask the chef. The idea that these staff will be capable, young men and women from all different ethnicities, of having a conversation about allergies is highly dangerous. Final point, how will it be enforced? We'll all have to carry sort of a tape recorder to say, I said this and the person said that. To enforce it will be absolutely impossible, and we will end up with restaurants and cafes deciding, if you've got an allergen, don't bother coming in here. We can't risk serving you because we could be done legally. Sorry to call it barking, but I think it is.
So can I just clarify, just because I'm slightly confused here, I just want to... So the presumption, as James describes it, it's a strange word, that the presumption is that there would be written and verbal information. I think if we go down the route of suggesting mandation for this, my understanding is that the request is really just that the mandation would be on the written part. I think for some of the reasons you're suggesting, David, that trying to mandate the verbal, so at most that the verbal would be a presumption in this word. I just want to check that is, I think that's what that's what's sort of in the paper. Margaret, are you content with that? Because you you very much said that you wanted written to be mandated, but you didn't mention verbal.
I didn't, but I do. When I said written is king, I think, in an ideal world, both is best. But I absolutely want the most important part of that to be written. I think that's key. And for me, just getting the written through, if that's the only way to do it, would be fine. Ultimately, I would love it all to be mandated, frankly, and I think that we should be doing that.
So Margaret is pitching for written and verbal mandated. David is keen on written mandation. Let's get these from
I'm
others.
looser on oral, is what I'm saying, and I'm also don't think we should go anywhere down standardisation. I don't think it's necessary.
I'd simply say, what would the conversation
David, we've heard from the two of you, so let's go around because lots of other people want to come in on this. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. And this is really helpful, James. Thank you. Lots of really important stuff in this paper, just focusing on the issues that we're discussing. And I approach this, obviously, from the point of view of somebody who's carried out enforcement work in this space. One of the big lessons we learned during the pandemic is that anything which is presented as guidance is frequently ignored. We know that the good actors in this place, it won't make any difference to them whether this is guidance or law, because they'll do it, because they do the right thing. So making this a legal requirement will have an impact only on those who are minded not to do the right thing or careless about doing the right thing, and I have much less sympathy for their position than I do for the legitimate hard-working businesses who try to do the right thing. So my view is that mandation is the right route for this, and we should press for that as soon as we get the opportunity. I'm a bit ambivalent about whether it should be just written or written and a conversation. I would absolutely press for written to be mandated. Having said all that, I don't think the idea of having guidance and mandation are mutually exclusive. And I think that we can get guidance out there, I'm going to say now, but I appreciate that that won't be today, but we can do that really quite quickly, whereas to get the law change takes a bit longer. But my view is, yes, get the guidance out, get it out now, make it strong, make it clear, but press for mandation as soon as we can.
Views from others. Justin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very similar to Mark in a sense. I think that they're not mutually exclusive. This shouldn't be an or, it should definitely be an and we should be pushing for legislation and mandation, but getting on with the guidelines. Where I do, with respect, disagree with Margaret a little bit is on the guidance around the how to do the written. And that's probably just, I don't think it necessarily has to be mandated guidance, but I have experienced significant variation in non-prepackaged presentation of allergens, and I think that actually providing some guidance on what good looks like would be helpful for the industry, particularly for smaller businesses who are less confident in doing it, and particularly as we're seeing increasing numbers of food sensitivities beyond the kind of core headlines that most people know about. And to give a very specific example of this, I've seen it recently in corporate buffets. Repeatedly, I have a member of staff who is highly allergic to fish and fish products. Very, very hard to get that clarified as labelling. The lactose is there, the wheat's there, but fish, they just don't know quite how to do that. And then you think about all the fish products there are that potentially go into glazes on things, as we've learnt, unfortunately. So I think there is a value in having guidance on how to do the written, but I don't think that should be part of the formal mandation. And I think that's an important distinction which will make it a bit easier. But I do bow to Margaret's greater knowledge in this area.
Okay, so strong support for going much further from us. Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of points. I think that the standardisation, I'm afraid I don't agree with you. I think it's that we've really got to be able to consider the back end of the business. There are fewer people coming in through the door who've got allergies than those who are serving them and making the food and managing the process of that production. And I think standardisation would really help that. So I think that it would enable a less experienced and knowledgeable person to use an easy-to-apply system. And I think that would be really valuable to have that in the system. We haven't really touched on training. It seems that the initial training that you've brought out has had a very significantly enthusiastic response. What we don't yet know is how that's playing through the system. But my question is, can we mandate that a responsible person in the business has to have some allergen training in the same way that they have to have a food hygiene certificate? Because, I think we have examples of how you are using, or the risk of cross-contamination in a food prep area is very significant for a number of allergies. And the kind of training that can be provided quite simply can cover some of those things to make sure that that's in the system on the premises.
My understanding is that's the sort of things that will be picked up in this being part of the changes in the food code, and that then when inspectors go in, they would be inspecting their allergen management systems. I can't imagine we can mandate training in quite that way. Anyway, we can come back to that. Okay, let's just pick up the points. I'm conscious of time. Anybody else? This is going to be a really important decision for the board. So I just want to be sure that everybody is aligned on this. I don't know if anybody else wants to come in, or if you're content with where we've got to. So, okay, I'm going to come in and ask a couple of questions. Oh, Julie.
Sorry, if I could, just building on the written information point, maybe somehow ensure that is future-proofed. So maybe consideration, I'm not solutioning here, consideration around things like QR codes, other ways of making the information accessible to people. So if we look at it through that lens, as I said, future-proofing.
I want to just get to the point before we've decided that whether we want to mandate it, and we get it. So that for me, that's all in the consistency format, how it's done.
And I think once we get into this how standardisation, then you go on and on and on. And in a way, I think as flexible as possible.
I just want to get the headline decision. Right, I'm just going to stick with the board at the moment because we haven't bottomed this out yet. So I, at the very least, have some questions which I want to put. So I firstly want to know, we've heard mention of the Republic of Ireland several times, and clearly it is mandated there. I'd like to know if that is the only country that mandates, or are there other countries in the world that do that? The second thing is, I was very struck in the report that the Carey family helpfully sent to me after their visit to Ireland, which is that where it is mandated, compliance is 70%. Now, that's good, but I worry hugely about the 30% where there isn't, because that suggests that businesses aren't doing it and that enforcement, even over several years, has not been sufficient to bring that into line. And that really worries me. So I'd just like to understand a little bit more about that. And the third element is what sense do we have? It seems to me that the awareness and the work on allergens has gone up enormously over the last couple of years. You know, one is regularly asked about it. I do see it more and more on menus, not everywhere, but I do see it more and more. Do we have any sense of what proportion of businesses in the UK are already doing this? Are we, you know, where does that sit vis-a-vis the 70% where it's mandated? What data do we have on that? So it would be helpful for me, at least, just to know the answers to those questions, because I think that might shape how I feel about the proposition. Who's going to pick that up? Rebecca.
Yeah, I can start the conversation, and James may want to come in as well. I think it's useful to reflect on the experience of Ireland. And Susan, you've rightly said that their research so far has suggested that compliance is not at 100% or even close to that. I think different countries have different regulatory approaches. I think they have taken a legislation-led approach, so they mandated it, and then compliance has been building from there. One of the things we'd like the board to consider is whether perhaps more appropriate for a UK, a GB context, is that we take a guidance and support approach and continue to build the good practice that we can see. I'm very glad that in conversation just now, a number of board members mentioned that we will do guidance anyway. It is an absolutely fundamental tool that we will use to underpin any legislation if that comes forward in future. But we will, I think, setting aside whether the board decides that that is the preferred outcome, we will need to have very strong guidance in place. And I can assure Mark that it is followed and it is taken seriously, appreciating again that there are always businesses that need extra support and may need stronger tools to get them to comply. But we know that because as we've said, the extremely high take up on our allergen training, people look to the FSA to understand what good looks like. And I think one of the encouraging things is that in recent years we have all seen that upsurge in good practice and businesses really wanting to do the right thing. So I think those are some important points. The other thing about my visit to Ireland is that I did come away thinking, it is very confusing if there is no standardised approach to providing written information. And I just want to remind the board that a lot of the people who will be using this information will be children and young people because, all sections of the population use out-of-home outlets. And, personally, if my child was relying on the interpretation of a graphic designer about what a nut looks like.
I think we've only heard Margaret's argued that it's not necessary. I think everybody else feels more strongly that it is. But that, in a way, is a second-order consideration. So I just don't want to spend time on that now. Anthony.
Living in Belfast, I spend a lot of time in the south of Ireland, a lot of time in restaurants and cafes. I have to say that even over the last year, the amount of compliance has increased quite significantly. It's hard to find a restaurant now, particularly in any of the major towns or cities, where you wouldn't get this. There isn't, as far as I'm aware, any enforcement of it. It has been mandatory, but it has been voluntary in terms of actually doing it in practice. There is some confusion over the symbols, the wording and all the rest of it, but it's there, and that's why you do have the conversation alongside it. And I've been with people with allergies who have had that conversation, and it's been quite sensible because the restaurants and cafes that do it understand it. So there are many ways to overcome this. The thing is to get it done and to get something out there quickly and urgently.
This side of the table have been relatively quiet. Tim, Rhian, Hayley, are you content with the...
Thank you. I mean, I have 2 coffee shops, so I'm sort of sitting here thinking I don't want to intervene in something where I've sort of got a vested interest, but I think from a business owner perspective, what you want is absolute clarity. What must I do and how must I do this? And I can completely understand what David said and others about I would not trust people to be able to reliably provide information, and so our backstop would be, if in doubt, then don't eat it. And I think what we've got to recognise is there's different levels of formality in the hospitality and catering sector. I mean, as a consumer, I go out and there's one cafe, I get asked 5 times while I'm there if I've got an allergy, and it's completely disproportionate. So proportionality and absolute clarity. So whether that's mandatory, so everyone knows these are the rules, this is what you have to have, this is the training, that would be great. I would have no issue with that. But I do feel that there are places very similar to our establishments where you're having things brought in that you don't know necessarily what cakes it's all very artisan, and the lovely lady that bakes the cakes brings stuff in and pops them on the counter, and that's the blueberry cake, and very busy business operators. This isn't their sort of front of mind information, so I can see that there will be gaps. So I think that, I'm just very torn on this because I see this in a sort of very real on the ground perspective, and I can see how it would be very easy for, things don't have labels on, cakes aren't on menus. That's not how most coffee shops and those kind of informal establishments work. So therefore having it printed on menus, well, we don't have a menu, the cakes are what they are on the day. So I'm just trying to think, how would this work in practice versus something being mandatory? And I just not ready for the decision today as to whether or not that needs to be the case.
Justin.
Yeah, I suppose I'd just put a slight counter, and partially because I'm managing within my own workplace where I have a significant number of allergies in our staff, and we have a kind of baking Wednesday. And what we ask people to do is bring in the recipe. So they print the recipe that they've cooked from. Every cook will cook from a recipe, and that gives all the ingredients, and that's a kind of very simplistic way for artisanal products, because they are based, someone's got a recipe somewhere you're working from. And I think there is a risk that we end up losing our way a bit about what this is about. At the heart of this is about making sure that food is safe. And as the report sets out, people die because this is not yet done. And I think that is a real responsibility for us around going, should it be mandated? From my perspective, yes, because this is a safety issue in which clear and appropriate labelling protects lives and makes sure food is safe. There is a significant amount of guidance work around that needs to be done to make sure, to help businesses do it and make it do appropriately. But I am nervous that we keep pushing down the road something which fundamentally will stop future deaths. And that, for me, is from public health perspective, that is a fundamental. If we know this is going to save lives, we should push for legislation reform. That doesn't stop us doing the guidance and getting on with that in the meantime. But it also means the board needs a timeline on when we'll take that forward, taking into account what you've said, Emily, about parliamentary cycles, and this year particularly challenging. But I do think by March we should have a time frame for moving forward the legislative piece and what the options are in terms of making that real.
Thank you. I realise that having asked my very specific questions, I didn't actually give anybody any chance to give any answers. So, James, do you know anything about where we are with compliance at the moment here relative to Ireland?
Yes. So,
and I suppose as a rider to that, Justin said, if we know that this saves lives, do we know that in Ireland there has been a decrease in deaths since this came in? Because there's both the potential that it could save lives, but there's also is the potential for the unintended consequence that people feel undue security. So what do we know about I just like the evidence, I suppose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So as far as you know, Ireland is the only other country that has legislated in this way. They have legislated for written only. They haven't legislated around conversations, which is exactly what we would propose, because actually legislating for conversations is very challenging. So going back to Mark's point and others, that guidance and legislation together are important, because you can only put the conversation bit in the guidance. So whatever happens, we'd want to do the guidance and push ahead with that. It's whether we do the legislation on top. In terms of the compliance, the data we've got from the Provision of Information Consumers Survey says around 59% of businesses in England providing information on menus. So that's self-reporting. So there's obviously the issue there with that. And 56% that allergen information provided on labels adjacent to their products. So lower than what we're seeing in Ireland at the moment, higher than what Ireland was seeing when so the first survey done in Ireland sort of 3 years in showed much lower compliance than that. So I think it's always going to be a growing trajectory. I think putting in the guidance as quickly as we can will start that process. I think on the point on enforcement, the advantage we've got is because allergens are in the Food Law Code of Practice. It is in there as part of the written information. We have that mechanism aside from the legislation to be going in regularly and looking and asking the question, which is a benefit that I don't think exists in quite the same form in Ireland. So we might see that trajectory quicker, but it will be a case of we'll have to do it to see. It's really hard to evaluate the impact on overall incidents because the numbers are so small statistically. It's just too difficult to measure.
Okay. Is it specifically on this point, Emily? Yep.
Can I just check, James, on the Food Law Code of Practice point? That's been introduced this year, is that right? So it's recently introduced.
That's been a big change for us, is getting that in the Food Law Code of Practice when it was updated. There's now one of the assessments in there is management of allergen information, and it includes provision of information to customers.
Okay, that's good to hear. One job done. Rhian, you would.
Just a very small point. At WFAC, we also were unsure about the conversation piece as being the right way to deliver, and we're very keen on written information being absolutely front and centre. It's a small question, though. What is our expectation around businesses in Wales with regards to the Welsh language? Just putting it out there. I mean, symbols are the way to go in terms of communicating information, but if a business in Wales doesn't have to produce a Welsh menu, then we just need, if that guidance just needs, I'm sure we'll deal with that, but thank you.
That's a good point to be followed up. So can I just very specifically say, so within WFAC, were WFAC supportive of the proposal that the exec are making, that we should sort of do the guides, do all we can now, but not necessarily mandate now, or were WFAC saying we want to go further?
I think we were saying do everything we can as soon as we can. Yes. Yeah.
Everything, including mandation?
From the notes I've got, I'd have to think. Can I come back to you on that? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think it would be good for us to sound out where people in Wales and Welsh Government are on this. So I think all the board members, maybe bar Tim, have commented on this. Tim, I don't know if you want. I mean, you don't feel obliged to, but if you wanted to.
No, I mean, I was just giving a personal opinion, but I certainly think the issue is about managing certainly young people's behavioural preferences. I think having the written guidance seems to be the way forward, but I think we need to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can, because it's just not acceptable to have a position of uncertainty.
Emily, were you trying to come in? And then I am going to stop and wrap up.
I just wanted to make it clear for the board who the responsibility is in the end to make this happen in law if you were to go down the mandation route. So you can recommend to ministers in Wales and England and Northern Ireland this. Ministers would need to decide. They would then need to bring forward legislation. And the FSA can't bring forward legislation. We don't have a minister. So I just wanted to be really clear about that. Thank you.
I do believe, absolutely know that. 100%. The words I used were send the letter with the evidence, giving our advice, and they make the decision. Totally agree with that. But I do believe it can be fast-tracked to current legislation. But again, we'd have to take advice.
It was actually, I was responding to Justin's comment that we need to bring forward a timetable. That was what was on my mind. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, colleagues. I mean, that's been actually a good discussion. We've heard from everybody. It's clear that board members feel quite strongly that now the time is right that we should set a new. I somehow don't like presumption, but actually that's the word you use. So a new presumption that there should be information provided in writing, as well as verbally, so that we maximise the chance. It's a sort of double safety net, I guess. I've also heard strong arguments from board members that the most effective way to achieve this would be to change the law and to mandate it. the FSA is committed to trying to make lives better for the people with food hypersensitivity. That's about 2 million people who've got food hypersensitivity or celiac disease or food intolerances. And I think what we are asking is that the written information specifically should be a legal requirement rather than the guidance which was proposed in the board paper. That said, I, as Emily said, am completely mindful of the fact that this is a decision for ministers. I'm also conscious of the current stage of the election cycle, and I can well imagine that this could get very held up. So I think it is incredibly important that we get on with the interim steps that we can do that are within our control in order to develop the guidance to make clear that that is the standard of good practice that consumers can expect to see, and that there is a strong expectation on business that this would be provided. It strikes me that that will lay a lot of the groundwork for any future legislation, if that's what ministers decide that they would want to do. And I would hope that we could drive up the compliance beyond that 59%, so that we get started on this journey now. I think in the light of the discussion that we've had, the onus is now, I think the board is asking me to write to ministers in each of the countries and set out the conversation that we've had today, the case that we believe there is for mandation. And I will also talk to my counterpart, Heather Kelman at Food Standards Scotland, because the ideal would be to try to do this on a four-country basis. So I would suggest that the actions from this are for us to urge the executive to make as much progress as they possibly can in taking this forward now, for me to write to ministers about this, to talk with Food Standards Scotland, and to report back to you on where we get with those conversations. I don't think I can commit to more than that today.
Sorry.
David and then Emma.
Chair, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a troublemaker, but could you record my official opposition to any attempt to legislate and make mandatory conversations? On the
I don't think any
of
us are suggesting that, David.
I think yes, you did.
No.
You're summing up. I thought you did. Well, and let me conclude.
I said that was a possibility. I'd support it, but it's absolutely not what we've agreed.
Summing up, you suggested you're agreeing that all of it here be mandatory, including the conversations.
No, absolutely not.
Well, that's okay. Yeah. I'm content then, on the basis it's physically impossible to write a law on having encouraging meaningful
I agree. I don't think anybody's arguing with that. Yeah. Emily.
I was just conscious that because you've agreed something that's different to the recommendation in the paper, it means that those who've read the papers in advance, so for example, from others who would have agreed with the recommendation, like parts of the hospitality industry and so on, they may also have strong views. So what I was just going to say is that we will, and there will also be economic consequences for local authorities and enforcement, so all of those are going to have to come out.
Well, I think that we first need to sound out ministers as to what they're... And then, of course, if there is plans to progress towards this, there will have to be the impact analysis and consultation and all that comes with that. But I think the first thing... I'm also conscious of workload. I want to focus us on doing the things in our control. And when we have heard some soundings, I think, from ministers, we can decide whether now is the right time to do those other actions. Yeah. I mean, I recognise it's not just a question of asking the ministers and it will be done tomorrow. There's a process, but I think that the decision-making moment that we have taken today, and I guess I say this just to affirm it, is that the position of the board is that we would like to see mandation for written information on in the non-pre-pack sector, without specifying exactly how that should be done, but assuming that that other work would be done in guidance. So we are taking a position as a board, and that then we pass really to ministers to decide what to do. If they want to instruct us to move forward on that, then there's quite a lot of work that follows from it. Are people content with that?
Obviously, I mean, you know, people know more about governance than I do, David, etc. But a recommendation is a recommendation. And there have been times before when, you know, the board has gone a slightly different direction. Actually, most of the direction we're with the exec, but on this just particular one point. But I think that's a very clear policy change that we are saying the board now supports written allergen mandation.
Okay, thank you for all the work that went into this. Thank you for a paper which set out all the options clearly and enabled us to have this discussion. I'm going to close this now and move on to the next item. Thank you. Thank you, James. So we're slightly behind time, but I think it was right to spend some extra time discussing that item, but we're going to be slightly squeezed, I regret to say, on the annual science update and then also on the comms report. So we'll try to aim for about 15 minutes on each of those. Rick, this is annual update. So tell us what you've been up to, and I guess most importantly, what we can expect to see coming up in the next year. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Susan.
I should say Rick's our Deputy Chief Science Advisor and part of CERD.
Thank you, Susan. Based on the fact we are running behind and also on the assumption that you've been able to read the paper in advance, I'll be lightning quick. This is our annual FSA science update. It provides an update on progress made and some of the impact we've had since the last report in December 22. And it also provides a high-level overview of some of our plans for the future. There's no decision to be made, but it is for the board to review and comment on the paper. Thank you.
Wow, lightning quick. I will be interested in comments that colleagues want to make now. What I think I will also suggest, because there is a lot of information in here, I'm also conscious that Robin, our Chief Scientist, although he's with us online, is not here in the room. And I think what we might do is perhaps defer this and have it at one of our KIT call, keeping in touch meetings, if we can dedicate some time there to discussing where we are on our science. Given that there aren't any decisions to be made, that might not be an unreasonable thing to do. But if anybody wants to make any comments right now, then please do feel free to do so. I should say, Robin, is there anything that you wanted to comment on this report, or would you be happy if we deferred this discussion? I think it's important that we've got the paper for the record as the annual update. I think that is important. Robin?
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with that, Susan. I'm also happy to take any questions if people have them for me now. But yeah, I think a detailed discussion at a KIT call sounds very sensible to me.
Justin?
Yeah, thanks. Robin, I just wondered whether you could comment on the board of the return to the UK entering Horizon again. Because previously in the discussions we've had outside of board, that had created some additional challenges for the science support to the FSA, and obviously returning into the Horizon family potentially changes our landscape on science now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's good news all around. Essentially, it's very good news in terms of direct research project funding, because the UK is now a full partner, and previously we've had many collaborative projects in large sort of food safety areas, including allergy, for example. So that will now be a possibility again for UK institutions to bid into, and also for us to have a seat at the table there. But I think the second sort of indirect, really big benefit is that it sort of sends a very strong signal about international collaboration. And as you know, a large number of people, for example, on our scientific advisory committees are not based in the UK. We have struggled somewhat in recruitment of overseas experts over recent years because of that lack of clarity. And I think this is a very good, positive signal about international collaboration, that we're essentially open for business and very keen to hear from expertise wherever it is in the world.
Margaret?
Very briefly on 3.4, and I don't think it's much too big a question, but implies that we are being forced or having to slow down on horizon scanning, you call it foresight program and all that sort of thing, and also on cost of illness, which matters to the taxpayer. And these are really difficult decisions, but, not looking forward, that means we're not going to see, any future risks that we might be able to see. So it'd be interesting to have some kind of discussion on that at some point.
We will, at our January retreat, board retreat, we always do the annual horizon scanning exercise. So my understanding is it has been scaled back, it's not been stopped. But Rick, do you want to just say a word on that?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we did have to make some reductions in research and evidence budgets last year, and we have had to ruthlessly prioritise some of the stuff we've done. We still intend to carry on with horizon scanning. We are still doing that. The team's still in place and is still doing things like the strategic report that's just been published. So there are activities still ongoing, but we are having to look at our list, and this will be part of the prioritisation that we can discuss next year about how we actually start to say where are the areas where we want to try and invest, or maybe where we have to go and work with others to try and get evidence.
Thank you. And Tim, final question.
Thank you, Emily. So I said there, predictably, animal feed from me, because it'd be quite interesting to know either now or offline about where we are with methane reduction supplements in feed, and where we are with the science on it. Are we actually in a position where, when new things come to market, I know this crosses boundaries with earlier comments, but just be nice to know state of play.
I'm going to jump in because I'm delighted to say, and I know this, that the 3-NOP feed additive went through the Regulated Products Service and will come into force on the 22nd of December. So there's my Christmas gift for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And to the world.
I know that because I met with ministers earlier this week, so they were keen to hear that. So sorry to steal that one from you, and credit to the team. That one has been moved through at pace, recognising the potential that it has for environmental benefits. So thank you both to the risk assessment and the risk management team on that. Did you want to say anything about animal feed more generally, Rick? Okay.
I mean, it's absolutely. I mean, I know we always make this point about the fact that it's food and feed, but it's absolutely in there. I mean, one of the things we are looking at is things like pet food, for example. That's one of the parts of the programme, for example, that's coming in the AMR, antimicrobial resistance surveillance programme, looking for it as potential source of pathogens. So we are considering all aspects of it. I know it's a big thing for you, Tim, but definitely we are. We have also done the horizon scanning report, which we now have, which was looking at the future of animal feed. A lot of the work that's going on in, say, other areas of regulated products, as we've already touched on, it does cover across into animal feed as well. So a lot of things you're looking at, things like biofortification, for example, it feeds into animal feed as much as it does as a route into how you feed animals to make them more nutritious, as well as directly into humans as well. So it is there and it is considered.
Very good. I'm going to stop there and I'm going to hold it over, and we'll have a kit call discussion on science priorities, unless it absolutely can't wait, Fiona.
Well, I just wanted to say, firstly, I think it tells us how much valuable, important science we do, this paper. So I really did want to thank the team, because it's a really, really good paper. But I'm interested to know how much external funding our science brings in, because that's a key source of funding at a time when we're tight on resource. So it'd be interesting to hear more about that. And also, as part of the PathSafe extension project, how that's going to look at how that work can be disseminated and put into use by the business community and across the industry.
So we're definitely going to hold PathSafe for another day. If you've got a single figure about income into the FSA from research, then that would be good. Or maybe, again, we can take that out, because I imagine some of the funding we secure just goes off to other partners. But I don't know if there's an easy answer to the finance question.
So, I mean, our total research and evidence sort of third-party spend is around 8.5 million a year. 1.6 of that is ring fence for labs. The rest of it is kind of either used to buy sort of services, tools, etc., or services like our national reference laboratories, or external research. In terms of if the question is about leverage, we have a range of other opportunities there. So, for example, a very nice example, Food Safety Research Network, which we co-fund with BBSRC. It's about 1.4 million. We put in about 250k. They put in the rest. So those are the sorts of examples. And PathSafe was 19 million from Treasury Direct for over 3 years across the consortium.
But we could perhaps have a more detailed, rundown of that, of money that comes from FSA resources and money that's coming in elsewhere to deliver our priorities. That would be useful. I do think, I'm honestly not, this subject's dear to my heart. I'm not trying to cut the conversation off, but I just don't think we can do it justice today. We'll take it to a separate conversation. Okay, sorry to cut that off. Thanks to the team for that and for a helpful paper. But we're going to press on to the annual communications report. So this looks back again at the last 12 years ahead to the coming year. And I'm going to invite Claire Forbes to introduce the paper. Claire's about 6 months into her role as our comms director, which I think actually is rather an opportune moment to be able to sort of have slightly fresh eyes on our, successes and challenges, and to have a new think about where we might go in the future. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as Susan said, the paper looks back at the last year where we can really see the importance of visibility in building trust in the food system. And I think that's borne out by some of the examples in the paper about how what's happening in the world around us drives interest and engagement in the work of the FSA. So I think that's an important reminder for us to be both alert and responsive in our response to those external events. Also keen to get board's views on our ambitions for the year ahead. We want to ensure that we provide best value in our communications at a time when resources are tight. And so I think there's an opportunity for us here to be ever more targeted in our communications based on the insight that the FSA has on consumers and their lifestyles. And board will see that we've stepped up our digital activity in the last year or two. There are lots of opportunities for us to build on this with our digital channels, but I also recognise that digital is not the best way to reach all audiences. And so a priority for us will also to be exploring partnership working so that we can work with other organisations who can help us to reach different groups. And then the final thing I just wanted to say is obviously we're very cognisant of the fact that we're looking ahead to a general election year. We will, of course, be following the pre-election restrictions in our communications when the time comes, but I think we can expect even more scrutiny on what consumers want and need, and so we'll need to be ever more vigilant in keeping track and responding to that. That's probably all I want to say, but very keen to take questions or comments from boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I mean, I think it is important to remember our comms team is extremely small, and it is always on, as the phrase goes. And I think the report sets out a number of areas where they really have stepped up and done a very, very good job on behalf of FSA. And it is, people. Our annual report showed that confidence and trust in the food system and in the work the FSA do remains high, and in part that's because people see and hear about what we do, and our comms teams are a really important part of getting that message out. So thank you for doing that. I think the other message for me is about the importance of working with and through others. Given we're such a small team, trying to leverage those external relationships, I think matters. So I'm keen that we really step up those partnerships, and our external engagement is incredibly important as partners as well as just getting the message out there. Comments from others on this report? Margaret.
Sorry, it's my subject again, so apologies. But Claire, great report, really interesting. A few questions. First, one comment, which is I'm really glad that you have this concentration on inclusivity and on trying to reach the most vulnerable in our society by whichever means you can. A few questions. I noticed that in the figures you give, your budget for Westminster by population, if you compare it, is much lower than Wales and Northern Ireland. I'm sure there are very good reasons for that. I just wondered if you could give us a little on that. On social media, I was fascinated by the fact that you are using platforms that I'd never heard of. And I noticed also, some of them, and that you mentioned a recall, for example, where you also used various platforms. And this is clearly a sign that you're trying to be much more focused in who you reach, which is I definitely support. But I noticed you also pay slightly surprised that you're paying on specific, very sort of niche platforms. Maybe you could talk to us a little bit about that. And then the final thing is, once the election that you just mentioned comes along, are we going to find that we're going to have to put aside or delay any campaigns, that sort of thing?
Thank you. Are there any other comments, David? And then I'll come back to you at the end, Claire, to scoop them all up.
Just briefly, could you check the PERDA rules carefully? Because in an organisation I was involved with before the last election, we started closing down, saying anything, weeks before the election came along. And I know you're not allowed to launch initiatives and throw money at things and wonderful new schemes, which would be politically biased. But I don't think there's any block in issuing just routine, daily, weekly information of a non-sort of political kind. If you just check that so we don't overdo it.
Thank you. Okay, that looks like it, Claire. Do you want to just come back on some of those points?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Margaret, and thank you, David. So just to come back to your points in turn, in terms of the budgets, Northern Ireland and Wales have their own independent communications budget. The Northern Ireland budget is slightly higher, primarily because of their nutrition and dietary health remit, which means that they do public information campaigns around that. And the Wales and Northern Ireland budget enables them to do external events, produce their own materials and things like that. So that's the kind of the rationale behind that budget. In terms of social media, yeah, that is obviously an increasingly important channel for us. I'm really pleased that we've started to look at how we use social media to support our work in responding to incidents. And the example that you referred to, Margaret, I think is a really good example of how we can use that to target. In terms of the paying for social media, this is paid for social media advertisements. This helps us to target really kind of specifically. So, for example, by paying for social media advertisements, we could target people in a particular town or with particular interests, which is really critical in terms of incidents. The cost is pretty reasonable. I think the paper sets out we spent about £700 on social media advertising in one incident where there was a risk of death if people consume the products. So I feel confident that it provides good value for money, and it's also very easy for us to control in terms of how much we spend. And then in terms of the election, so absolutely we will need to take account of pre-election rules when they come in. Obviously we don't know when that will be, so don't know yet which campaigns may or may not be affected, but the guidance will come through to us from the Cabinet Office. All of the team, we're all members of the Government Communications Service, very much plugged into all the guidance that they will provide about what is and what isn't acceptable during that time.
Very good, thank you. I do think the point about these incidents, I think the one you were referring to was the protein powder with caffeine, very high levels of caffeine, and I think that was important that we really stepped up our action, given that it was potentially toxic. So. Great work. I'd love it if we were doing twice as much. Of course we can't, but what that means is I think it's even more important that we make the right choices early on as to where we're investing time and effort, and those early decisions are going to be critical to maximising our impact. So I'm really pleased that there's lots of thought going into that. And yeah, I look forward to hearing more next year about how our sort of partnerships are expanding. It was good to see Robin's done a couple of sessions with the Science Media Centre, and they and others I think can help us to have a greater impact in the system than we can do doing it alone. Good. So on that note, I don't think there are any decisions for us in that paper. It was just the annual update. So that brings this morning's session to a close. We'll break for lunch now. We have actually got quite a few items this afternoon. So I hope those people who are joining us online will be able to organise their own lunch, and then will rejoin us again at 1:45. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and apologies to those people joining us online that we're a couple of minutes late. But the first item up on our agenda this afternoon is another of our annual update reports, and this time it's the report from the National Food Crime Unit. It's very clear, I think, from this paper that it's been a busy year for NFCU. And this time last year, we received the report of the external review of the NFCU. And it's good to see the action that's been taken in respect to the recommendations that were made in that report. This is really the board's opportunity to review what else the unit's been up to this year and to consider the proposed priorities for the coming year. I should also note that during the course of the last year, Darren Davis stepped down from NFCU for health reasons, and I really want to thank Darren for the work that he did to build capacity and capability within the NFCU team. I'm really delighted that Andy Quinn has now taken on this role and is continuing to develop the work of the team. And Andy's joined us at the table this afternoon. And Andy, if I could ask you just to present your report, and then we'll hear some comments from the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for making that reference to Darren Davis. I was also planning on just briefly mentioning, but you've saved me that. I'll assume that everybody's had a chance to read the paper, so I won't go into the paper in any real great detail at all. Just a little bit of context in relation to 3 specific points, if I may. In relation to the operational front, it mentions that we've got 4 cases due for trial next year, and I just wanted to give some context around not just our work, but criminal justice system as a whole at this moment in time is experiencing extreme lengthy delays, a lot longer than usual, still not caught up on backlogs from COVID. The Crown Prosecution Service are similarly in a real difficult position in relation to staffing-wise and being able to manage these jobs properly. A little bit of context on one of our cases. We executed a search warrant in May 2020 on one of our jobs. We got the full file plus the disclosure together for the Crown Prosecution Service by March 2022, so less than 2 years for a substantial fraud case. The CPS took 1 year to review that case file and agreed charging decision. The defendant made his first court appearance in March 2023, and it's now listed for trial in July 2024. So that's a 4-year span of which we can't control the last 2 and a bit years of that time frame. So, fingers crossed, we'll get some successful results next year to be reporting on based on these 4 trials that are currently listed to 2024. In relation to the review recommendations, the paper covers off that we have made significant progress in relation to a large number of those that could be dealt with and managed within existing resource. So it's further developing our capability in along with that review recommendations. And then the final bit I want to just briefly touch on is in relation to the governance of the unit. The paper deals mainly with its governance around the tasking processes. What it doesn't do is cover all the other governance arrangements that are in place. So it's not like Junior only interacts with the NFCU once a year to deal with the strategic tasking. We meet regularly with Junior Johnson, our director, quarterly meetings on operational updates. Outside of that, we have regular meetings in relation to our performance measurements, our performance targets. We have regular diarised meetings in relation to our delivery against our business plans as well. So the paper really just deals with the tasking side of things, but there's a whole host of other governance going on besides that as well. And in addition to that, we do report or contribute to an operational report to our Chief Executive on a 3-weekly basis as well. So they were the 3 pieces I just wanted to expand on, but open for questions.
Great, thank you very much. David, you're the board member with responsibility for NFCU, so I'm going to let you kick off.
Thank you, Chair. You may be relieved to know that I have no criticisms to make of this paper, which makes a change for me today. Indeed, I commend the author and Andy on the paper, and well done on the progress you're making on implementing the external review. I'm very pleased with that. I'm looking forward to these SIs. There's 2 SIs going down early in 24 to give the National Food Crime Unit the powers you need. And I mean, it's awful, the delay in prosecutions, and it's not your fault, and the CPS are overloaded. That's why the disruptions part of the policy is terribly important. If you can only get them to court in 2 or 3 years' time, and the fine may be derisory, then disrupt and stop what they're doing. I support that. I've only one question. I'm concerned about the loss of digital forensic from DEFRA. Can you reassure me that you can find an alternative digital forensics team or company and that we can afford the cost?
Thank you. Let's hold that thought. Hayley.
Thank you. A huge amount of work, and thank you for the paper. Really interesting read. Can I ask a bit more about how you can process up to 10 investigations at a time, but obviously there must be a lot more out there that you could potentially investigate. Well, how do you decide what makes it onto the list to pursue as an investigation? So what's the threshold? Obviously, we've got priorities, so that might influence it. And then is it possible to sort of retrospectively look at what didn't make the list and to help inform that priority setting or sort of provide the scrutiny needed on decision making? So just a little bit more about how you filter through what makes it and what doesn't. Thank you.
Anything else from anyone else? Why don't you, Andy, kick off with those two? OK, Margaret. Okay.
It is slightly related, which is you mentioned capacity in 3.5 to progress up to 10 investigations and develop up to 20 strands of intelligence at any given time. And I wondered if you're up to capacity yet. Has there been any time, or do you anticipate there could be times when we don't have enough?
And Mark?
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, several of the points I was going to make have already been made, so not to repeat those. Just a couple of questions, if I may. We made one of the hard choices we made a little while ago in terms of resourcing was to not refresh our strategic assessment. And I just now that we've gone past that, I'd be interested to know whether that's had any impact in terms of the work that you and your team are doing, Andy. And I'd also welcome, I think, not a conversation now or today, but I'm not quite sure we're there with the KPIs in terms of the unit. And from a business committee point of view, I'd like perhaps to have an offline conversation about what we might think might be more appropriate KPIs.
OK, thank you. So I think there's a few questions there. Digital forensics, thresholds, capacity, KPIs.
Thank you. First point I'll touch on is the powers point that David mentioned. We have submitted our request to the Parliamentary Business and Legislation Committee to submit the SIs. We've given the provisional date of that as the 14th of March with a view to the powers going live on the 1st of May. So that's the update in relation to powers. Not yet received any response from that committee yet. In relation to digital forensics, I can assure you that we have got a private company who are providing us with the short to medium provision for our digital forensics capability. They are in the process of uploading the material that was held at DEFRA currently to enable us to restart work on those live investigations. So that's the short-term fix. We're in really final negotiations with another government department who are a lot larger than ourselves, who are really capable and competent in relation to digital forensics and are, on the face of it, all set and ready to enable us to utilise their services. Clearly, we're working out on an agreement, and that's got to be threshed out, but we are getting ever closer to agreeing that with a potential start date for that around April next year. In relation to prioritisation exercises and our thresholds, we do say that we can, at any one time, manage around between 8 and 10 investigations. They are full tasked operations. And at the minute, we've got 8 on our books, of which 4 of them are due at court next year for trial. So a case doesn't drop off our books just because we've charged somebody. They stay on our books until they are finally resolved at court and then subsequently any appeal. In relation to that threshold, we've worked with ACSO, the Association of Chief Training Standards Officers, to agree what sort of level of work we should be looking at taking on. It's set out in the paper, the key considerations that we give in relation to the level of seriousness of the offending that's alleged, what impact that would have as a local authority. Does it cross boundaries, geographic boundaries that a single local authority would struggle to deal with? So there's lots of issues that we take into consideration in deciding whether or not we will adopt an investigation or a full test operation. We're not inundated with the cases that meet our threshold. So it's not like I'm batting off or saying no to, yeah, exactly. So we're talking about really serious fraud investigations. We're not talking about the regulatory breaches, although serious, they're not the offences that we're seeking to prosecute. So our threshold is set specifically high for that reason, because we wouldn't have capacity to deal with many more. We have reached capacity in relation to our ability to conduct more large-scale digital forensics investigations. So we are fine-tuning the way that we operate in relation to really focusing from the very start of operations now into how far back we go and really focusing on a really tight time frame to try and minimise the amount of digital forensics work that we have to do. So whilst we're managing currently, there wasn't a lot of capacity in the system to take on a new operation in recent times, let's say. But one of those cases has recently gone to the CPS for another charging decision. That does free up the London investigation team, who does have some capacity to take on another job if there was one available now. That's not to say that they're sat there twiddling their thumbs right now, because they're not. They're working, helping out on other cases. But there is some limited capacity still within the unit. And I've never turned down a major investigation yet on capacity grounds. Okay. Mark, in relation to your question about strategic assessment, it would have been nice to have it a year earlier. Strategic assessments are the key document that's set out in the National Intelligence Model. You know, that is what derives where our priorities come from and everything else. It's ideal that that is refreshed every 3 years. The fact it was delayed a year, it's not been fatal to our continuing existence or anything like that. We did manage to do a light review of our intelligence, which did enable a light review of the control strategy at the start of this year. So it's not like we've suffered greatly, I wouldn't say. It's just that we're not working off the best case scenario of all the intelligence being strategically assessed to enable us to work out what our priorities should be. Clearly, that is the work, the collection phase for the assessment being published next year is underway now, and that's quite a mammoth task. That's why we started so early. But to get that in, get that properly assessed, and then determine what our priorities should be for next year, together with Food Standards Scotland, is a key piece of work for us this year, publishing in spring next year. And in relation to KPIs, they are the first time that we've had to actually produce some targets. So it's our best guess at coming up with some key performance indicators and targets. They've not been plucked out of the air. They are based on previous performance as well. But more than welcome to any suggestions you've got in relation to future KPIs. So.
If I can come in, Chair, I think what Andy's really trying to say is that he's enjoying the fact that I'm now holding them to account for the KPIs and the resources that we've got. But in all seriousness, there is a lot of other information, what I would call management information or activity-based information, that determine how effective they are, that sits underneath all of this. So we would very much welcome a conversation about to what level of granularity that you would expect to see. I think the overarching headline is, though, I think where you might be coming from, Mark, is actually how do we demonstrate the impact, the broader impact that we're having, and how do we monitor and track that? But there are things that sit underneath that.
Yeah, thanks, Junior. And that's exactly right. I'm not looking to be right down in the weeds. I don't think that's a role for the board, but I'm not sure we've struck the balance exactly right yet. And there's no criticism implied in that. I know it's the first time we've tried to measure how an investigative unit operates and delivers to our priorities. So I just think a conversation to try and strike that balance would be helpful.
Anthony?
Sorry, Andy, just in relation to the additional powers, I assume they're only for England and Wales because Northern Ireland works on a different system. Is that right?
Yes, only for England and Wales at this current time.
Okay, so I guess the key issue really for the board is for us to be confident that we are confident and assured about the work that the NFCU are doing. I think we will take as an action to revisit the KPIs in the business committee. I have had some questions, as Junior and Andy know, about the level of board scrutiny over decision making and assurance. You know, can we be assured we are taking on the right cases and so on, and that we are seeing them through in an appropriate way. You know, the decision making. I'm encouraged that we haven't turned things down because in a way that's there are less crucial decisions being made there. I'm still personally not wholly reassured that there is a system there. It feels like it's happening and you're just asking us to trust it, but maybe it will come out in the KPI discussion. But I just wonder whether my reservations are shared by others or whether I'm worrying unnecessarily.
One of the things that, Susan, that you and I talked about was whether there should be chief executive involvement in the tasking process that Andy and Junior run. So I went and asked some of the chief executives of safety regulators when they get involved, in these sorts of prosecutions cases. So just for information, I was struck that for the Care Quality Commission and for the Civil Aviation Authority, which are, the CQC is double our size, CAA is about our size, the Chief Exec doesn't get involved, but the General Counsel do. So the prosecutions function is run underneath the lawyer, the senior lawyer. And then in the Office of the Rail and Road Regulator, which is much smaller, it's about 400 people, the Chief Exec has certain sort of novel and contentious cases that he wants to be asked about. So I just thought that was useful information in terms of the system.
Maybe it's something we should return to. We were talking about a sort of board operating framework yesterday, and perhaps that's something we should return to in relation to delegations. But I'm not seeing any concern from anyone else, so I'm happy to, yeah. If the rest of you are assured, then I shall trust in my board colleagues to have made the right call. Yeah. Okay, so with that, thank you very much indeed. Yes, I know how long these fraud cases take to deliver, and that's, it's hard for anybody to sort of keep going. So thank you for all the hard and patient work that goes on to really seeing these through. We really do appreciate it, and I think we've seen this year some really good work on behalf of NFCU. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so that takes us on to the next item on the agenda, which is the annual governance report. And actually, this is my report to the board, and so I'm actually going to hand over to Mark to chair this item.
Thank you, Susan. And yes, colleagues, this is our annual governance report, and Susan leads on the work, so it falls to me unusually to thank Susan for the report, which I think is excellent. Thank you. And I know you've had a lot of support putting it together. And to hand over to you, if I may.
Thank you. So my opening comment was going to be really to thank the Board Secretariat for all the support in developing this paper and for their support really throughout the year for everything that the board does. In particular, the Secretariat have been extremely helpful in drafting the revisions to the Board Code of Conduct, which is in Annex A. Now, I just want to, this was a big set of board papers, and when you've looked at it, if you have been skimming by this point in the pack, you might have felt concerned that some of the points appeared to have been deleted from the board code of conduct. And I just want to reiterate, it is in the paper that when board members are appointed, there is the Cabinet Office Code of Conduct, and that includes things like the Nolan Principles. It includes the use of public funds. There's a lot of very obvious and important items, and what we've done is to delete those from the FSA code, because otherwise they're in twice. We're not trying to remove them, we're just trying to avoid duplication. The second item, which I think is important to note, because I think we need the board to agree, is that we have made minor changes to the terms of reference for ARAC, and Tim, as chair of ARAC, has been closely involved in that conversation. The terms of reference for the Business Committee remain unchanged. We agreed these a year ago following the Board Effectiveness Review when we restructured the Business Committee, and we're pretty well a year on, so we have done a short review amongst board members and EMT about how that's working. In general, not unanimously, but in general, people felt it was working well. I think on the positive side, people noted that the discussions which were being held at Business Committee were in more depth than had happened previously. And I think that members have gained actually greater insights into the routine activities across the FSA. As a board, we tend to focus on where things are changing or where things are happening, and it's easy for us not to give as much scrutiny to the routine things, the business as usual stuff which goes on day in, day out, which frankly accounts for the vast majority of the resource that we invest in the agency. I think it has also allowed a clearer separation between routine reporting of ongoing performance and decision-making and strategy which comes to the board. And indeed, we discussed that earlier today in the context of BTOM, where routine reporting will go to Business Committee and any major changes or strategy would come to the board. I think it's also important to remember one of the reasons we split out the business committee from the main board was to ensure there was adequate time, because our board meetings were getting longer and longer, and today is a case in point. We're running till 3:30. If we then had another 2 hours of business committee, I don't think members would have the level of energy and sort of focus that we get when we have that meeting separately. I think the reality is that the FSA's got more work on, and that means more work for the board and more work for the business committee. And I personally do think it has been a good decision. But yeah, open to views. I think looking ahead, it's important to say the main governance issue that we're working on is the board operating framework. I referred to this a moment ago in relation to delegated authorities. We're trying to set out, not hard and fast, but to set up some principles around the scheme of delegation. I think that's important just to make sure that we have a shared understanding around the board table, but also that there's a common understanding with the executive about how those powers are, what matters are devolved and what are reserved for the board. I might also mention that this is somewhat linked to agreeing a sponsorship framework with the Department of Health and Social Care. And I propose that we discuss these in a bit more detail at the January retreat, and that we bring them to the board formally in March for decision making. So I think those are the things I wanted to highlight, but very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Colleagues, you'll be aware at the end of the report we are asked to make some formal decisions, but before we go to those, does anyone have any comments, observations or questions for Susan?
Just a little clarification. It may be in the Code of Conduct, I've just got the note here, which is that there's a new presumption that the business meeting papers are to be kept secret. So can you clarify that, you know, what's open and what's closed?
The business papers are not secret. The business committee papers will be published as part of the papers for the main board meeting. There's generally only 2 papers. There may occasionally be an extra, but there's the chief exec's update to the business committee, and there's the performance and reporting report. We've changed the structure of that. We'll have a set of data slides and then a narrative report, but those will absolutely come to the main board together with the minutes from that meeting. So everything is in public except the discussion on the day when the business committee talk about it, which we do in private, which is largely practical because of the challenges and the costs of bringing everybody together, organising the live streaming and so on. That was the main reason for the decision not to do that, but in public.
So it just says board members should treat papers for business meetings and other stuff as confidential, and as confidential to them and not for discussion outside the FSA. Board members must take responsibility for the safekeeping of such
So I think that's we should potentially. There's the wording.
It's
I mean, they are confidential. Of course, they are confidential until they are published. But once they're published,
because it's very specifically the business board meeting, not the other meetings.
Well, it says the board and the business committee, didn't you?
Board members should treat papers for business meetings.
Sorry, can I say that's not business?
That's not the, but
committee.
It's capital B.
It's business meetings, so it's all of the meetings we do.
Okay, so small b, and then I might have understood it.
Okay, we'll amend that.
It's a wording thing.
But yeah, for avoidance of doubt, the business committee papers will still be published.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Susan? In that case, ladies and gentlemen, if I could take you to 6.1, which are the formal decisions that we're asked to make. Firstly, we are asked to agree the outcome of the review of the business committee and reaffirm the, and I'll just add a word, unchanged terms of reference for that committee. Is everyone happy to do so?
Yes.
Wherever it is.
Thank you. We are asked to agree and adopt the FSA Code of Conduct for board members. Is everyone happy to do so?
Yes.
Thank you. And we are asked to agree the revisions to the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee terms of reference and the standing orders for the board and its committees, and to reaffirm the terms of reference for the FSA board. Is everybody happy to do so?
Yes.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you, Susan.
My goodness, Mark, I should have let you chair the whole meeting and then we'd have been home by lunch. So thank you, colleagues. So we'll move on to the next item, which is the report from the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee Chair, Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. The introduction of this paper sets out the background to the committee and then goes on to touch on the membership and the current recruitment processes for the new members. The paper then highlights the main themes that we've touched on in the last year, being food standards delivery model, the area of animal feed, and food fraud and food crime. Paper also touches on the review of both the NIFAC and the Wales Food Advisory Committee and what we've done to make the two committees more relevant and appropriate to the workings of the wider FSA. And I'm happy to give any great detail on that anybody may want. But the final bit of it then is just a forward look about what we're going to do. But it's very self-explanatory, but happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, any questions for Anthony? My goodness, a super clear paper. So you said that we were your meeting in the new year was going to be on regulated products reform. Do you want to just tell us a little bit more about that? Is that going to be presentations from the team, or what's the...
Yes, what we've decided to do is we'll have a presentation from the team and we'll discuss the area. The NIFAC meeting will go first, and then I think the WIFAC is after that, but we will both touch in the same areas, the same discussion, and then there's a view to going forward so that we can feed into future board discussions, probably at either the retreat or in the March meeting. One of the things that we are going to try and do is have a common theme going forward so that our meetings will be in the same sorts of areas. So we've agreed 3 or 4 key areas like food in schools and whatnot that we will look at going forward over the course of this year. So there's much more alignment of what we're doing and hopefully feeding into the bigger development picture for the policy development within the FSA itself.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? If not, thank you for all the work that you do in Northern Ireland on behalf of the board and indeed to the members of NIFAC. I know you're currently looking for new board members, and so have the applications closed yet, or are you still open for...
The applications closed about 10 days ago, and we got 22 very good applications, so we're going to be doing some sifting in the next week or so.
Excellent. And I think that shows the high level of interest in the work that you're doing in Northern Ireland, which is great. Thank you. Very good. So we'll move on, and we are rather ahead of time here, but I'm just going to press on in the hope that people weren't going to join for the final item or two on the agenda, and we'll find they've missed it. They can always catch up later. So we now move to the report from the chair of the Business Committee, which is Mark. I feel like it's a bit of a double act going on here. So the papers that were presented to the Business Committee last week have now been published. And so Mark has also got a very short paper summarising the discussion, though the full minutes for that will come out in due course. Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. And colleagues will have seen both the short summary paper and the papers that were presented to the committee, so I don't intend to go through those. Just a couple of points, if I may, that I wanted to draw out. The Business Committee has taken a little time to get to the point where the data that we see is the kind of data that we find useful. And we've adopted an approach now where data that is collected predominantly for use by EMT and other parts of the agency, the skim of the top of that, if you like, so the highest level data from that is what we're using at the business committee. The idea behind that is that it's the data that EMT are using to make decisions on, but by taking the top level, we're not getting or inappropriately down into the weeds. That, I think, is the right approach, and we're really keen now to not change it again for a little while, because if we keep changing it, then we're not comparing like with like every time when we meet. So the papers that you will have seen this time, with the explanatory paper, as Susan mentioned, and the data pack, is what the committee will be seeing going forwards. One of the issues that occurred for this business committee, and we have taken away as something to look at, is the timing of some of the reports, because some of the reports that we've seen today for the board are actually more up to date than the reports that we saw for the business committee, which was only last week. And that's because some of the things sort of clash in terms of the annual reports to the board and when they come to the business committee. So we're going to take a look at the cycle of what comes to the business committee to make sure that we're not effectively wasting time by looking at stuff that's out of date, in effect. The last area that I wanted to touch on was what was actually the most substantive conversation at the business committee, and that was in relation to regulated products. We've had a long conversation around the future of that. The conversation at the business committee was on the situation in terms of where we are now, and the fact that, as you will have seen from the note, the committee were really quite concerned about some of the delays that were in the system, and in particular the impacts on our reputation and on the UK as a place of innovation in food and feed. And in fact, I think one of the questions we've had to the board today reflects upon that kind of innovation space. The committee is really keen to help the executive and other members of the team to get over the position that we're in now and start to deliver the kind of service that we would want to see delivered, and is also keen to understand and learn lessons from how we've got to this place, and also to consider any risks that we face. And on that basis, what the committee have asked me to ask you today is firstly to consider appointing a short-term subcommittee, I don't know what the right phrase would be, with a focus on an involvement with the executive and team members to help and support them get to a better place in terms of the process, and to provide that kind of external check and challenge, and to use some of our expertise to support that growth and improvement in the service. And the second thing is to ask ARAC to perhaps give some thought to looking at how we got to the position we're in and what lessons we can learn from that. And to that end, I've had a conversation with Tim already, so I know that he is aware of that. They were the bits I wanted to draw out, Susan, thank you. The only other thing I wanted to say is that hopefully this is my last report as chair of this committee. It's been a privilege, and I just wanted to thank my colleague members of the committee for their contribution, which have been really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. So can I open this up for comment? David, I think you wanted to come in.
Yeah, Susan, I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'm totally supportive of Mark's excellent report here. And it is absolutely excellent. And I'm particularly interested in the subgroup he suggests. Now, already today, we've heard that on regulated products, the only way out of the problem is to have legislation. We've heard that food inspection reform is necessary, and we need legislation. We hear that FHRS requires legislation, and maybe allergic reaction products need legislation. So could I propose to the board that that subgroup be set up as soon as, and the board mandate you, Chair, to set up that subgroup, pick the members of it, including any external ones if necessary, but it be given a task not just to look at the law necessary for regulated products, but to trawl very quickly, trawl the organisation. I think our officials know already what bits of law they want, come back in March with a short paper, a list of the laws we need, not all the detail, you can't work it out then, but in March I'd like to see a paper from the subgroup saying we need the following new laws, please, and then we can work that up into a proper paper to send to the government. Is that possible?
I'll just cover a little bit of the front of that, if I may, and leave the rest to you, Susan, if I may. The Business Committee's proposal in terms of that group was actually to provide help, support and check and challenge to the current process, not to look at the kind of future sort of developments and legal changes. So it's a slightly different purpose, I think, to what you're suggesting, David. But Susan, I'm sure you have something to...
Well, I was going to make that point, and the other point I was going to make is I think there is an urgent, pressing, absolute need to do something on regulated products right now. I am absolutely all up for moving forward with legislation as and when we can. But if I had to prioritise, I would definitely put that second order. I'm also incredibly mindful of the election timetable and the whole sort of process of doing this. So I take your point, David. I think a point that is well made is that there are several areas in which we've been talking about new legislation. We've previously said that we think at some point we need a new Food and Feed Act, which picks up a whole host of regulation well beyond just FSA to really transform the way we regulate the food system. I remain convinced that that is needed. What I am less convinced is that now is exactly the right moment to do that, or that FSA, even the board, has the capacity to take that on. But I hear what you're saying. I support the sentiment. It's just the actual enacting of this that I'm cautious about. Emily, okay. Tim.
So, very supportive of having the group, but how you just phrased its purpose, I think we need to enshrine just in its terms of reference, because that's absolutely key, being clear what it's about, and the fact that we just had to clarify that, I think, is important for the board and for accountability. I do think that in doing the work of that group, there will be, and this is something I hinted up earlier, there will be the signposts also to future opportunities as well. And if it can include within its terms of reference that it actually informs any future aspect as well as dealing with the here and now, that would be enormously helpful.
Hayley?
Yeah, just to support it as well. I think we talked about it a lot yesterday, and for me this is about helping the team and making sure the board has got that confidence in knowing much more quickly and being able to respond much more promptly to what's coming into the system as well as what's being sort of churned out the back end once it's gone through all the processes. And I think for me as well, it's trying to get a better grasp on what I'm calling, active case. We have a huge caseload, and I think actually if we look at the way we report on it as well, it will reflect better on what the team is having to actively manage, because a lot of the stuff in there is either sort of redundant, it's dormant because of issues outside of our control. So there's only a certain percentage of those cases that the team have had the ability to progress. So I think just looking at how we report, what's in there, looking at a bit of a sort of waterfall timeline of what might come online in that time, when might some of our interventions actually take effect. So it's a much more, it's a business committee plus focus on regulated products, I think. Thanks, Mark. On that particular one, I definitely support the subgroup on regulated products specifically, and I think that it's going to be a really tight little group that's going to do some pretty tough regular questioning on delivery and on speeding up the process. So I've seen little groups work like that before, and I do agree that it would be good to have a paper, but I think it's probably an executive job to draw up the paper, looking at the different types of laws that should be put together. For example, the allergen thing, I would have thought could be fast-tracked and linked to another law, an existing law, but there is clearly a case for finding out what laws and whether they should be linked together and how we can push ahead with them. So I support that. I have two other questions on other matters. Do you want them now? Yeah. Okay. One is looking at the minutes of your meeting and Emily's report, and you mentioned the takeover by another company of our service provider, and that's quite a serious issue, and just further assurances that that's okay.
because I didn't know that was coming. I don't think Arac knew that was coming. You may have, Tim. And then just for everyone's amusement, the very last line of Emily's report, which tells us about our new Public Health Minister, Dame Andrew Leadsom, MP.
We can correct typos easily.
I suspect that was one of those automatic ones.
Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. Just a quick comment on the subgroup. I think one of the things we need to produce as part of that is a clear roadmap, what's achievable, and some timelines for the next 18 months.
Just one sec. So I think in terms of there's lots of support for the working group. Absolutely right. We need some clear terms of reference. We need to do this really quickly because we are talking mostly over the next 6 to 9 months of getting this pretty well resolved, because this is about the here and now. So Mark, are you going to lead on at least setting that up, and then we can work out sort of membership and so on. So I think that's and we'll agree some terms of reference with the whole board, but we'll do that by correspondence because we just need to get on with this. So that's the first thing. Then I think there was the specific question for Emily, if you wanted to comment more on the Evelyn Jones position.
Yeah, thank you. So we have been given assurances that the acquisition of Evelyn Jones by the Fenner Group will not alter who is leading Evelyn Jones, and that the contract that we have with them will not be affected. The Fenner Group is largely owns companies that do certification, so there is a certain amount of expertise in it, and they're hoping there'll be some investment that will help Evelyn Jones. Obviously, we're about to go into a re-tendering process anyway, so the question about so it's only a matter for the next until the contract finishes that's relevant to the next whatever that is 15 months or so.
I mean, obviously, in line with previous interest, there'll be the due diligence in the new contract setting. And we picked that up. I don't want to sort of preempt the ARAC report, but it's a continuation of that conversation.
Very good. Anything else? Questions arising from the Business Committee? If not, thanks to everybody. I'd like to say particular thanks to Ruth Nolan and her team for the work on producing this new P&R report, which I certainly found really much more helpful. And I think that there are those people who like data and they can have the data, and there are those people who like narrative and they can have the narrative, and the two are both there, and the gluttons for punishment can read them both. So I think we're in a really good place with this, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into that. Thank you. Okay, so moving on now, we're then into the report from the Chair of ARAC. So Tim, over to you.
Thank you. Well, everybody hopefully will have read the report. I'm not going to go through verbatim. I'm just going to pick out some hotspots and highlights. I think just to say that we obviously have our regularised programme which of audit, and we look forward to how we address that through the year, both in terms of our internal audit and our relationship with NAO. And that is going pretty well, I think, at the moment. We have looked more critically at the programme that we follow in ARAC. And I suppose to give that some context, it's important that we keep reminding ourselves what ARAC is and what it should be doing, both against the HMT guidance, but also in the sense of how it complements both the Business Committee and supports the board and the executive. And I do rather sort of make heavier weather of that, because I think it's worth reminding ourselves of the context of what we're trying to achieve. The bit I want to pick up on specifically are the process of deep dives. Clearly, people can raise questions around any other aspect of the report. We looked at two areas, and this was very much the first iteration of us meeting in person to both test our understanding and appreciation of the range of risk that's being experienced, and where necessary to offer insight and assurance, or that we are assured or not, and hopefully to inform the board and give hopefully constructive feedback to the executive to help everybody do their job to the best ability. So we looked at two sessions, and I'll go in reverse order. So we looked at the FSA delivery of official controls retender, which has obviously just come up in conversation in the context of the takeover. And I think that we recognise there's some, as always, there are challenges in any of these pieces of work. But the ARAC were assured by the extra level of detail that came to it. And I think, recognised and appreciated the better understanding we had of where we are. So I think that really demonstrated a real benefit of the progress that we're making around how we look at things and how we get that engagement. When we came to CBD, it was interesting because I think we're still learning as we go on the deep dives. You know, the very phrase suggests a sort of interrogative approach that will be exhaustive. And I think what's quite difficult is that we found it challenging in doing on a Zoom basis, trying to get the interaction and understanding with the team about where the issues were. So we welcomed the opportunity to do it in person. But when we did it in person, I think actually our appetite was so whetted about where other issues were coming to the fore that it wasn't enough time. And it did leave us wanting to understand more. We recognised and you know, appreciated where the challenges were being presented to us. But it's interesting that we actually got to a point where, in fact, as I say, I don't think we were completely assured. And interestingly, business has moved on. I think we do need to look more rigorously to understand better how not to be in this position either in a generic sense or even on some of the specifics in the future. And so, responding to Mark from the previous item, I think we welcome the opportunity of looking at the third tranche work and the, you know, where the issues are there, and to re-engage with the team to get more under the skin. And that's, I think, where we are at the moment. Happy to answer any questions on any other topic. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Tim, and thanks to ARAC for all the work on this. I mean, this issue of in-person meetings, we debated a little bit with the business committee about meeting in person. I think all of us find and value the added interaction that comes from in-person meetings. The challenge is balancing that with the extra resource it takes, you know, both the time commitment for board members, which is already overstretched, and just the sheer costs of bringing people together and meeting rooms and so forth. So I think the sort of, I think you're planning to do this annually or in ARAC, were you?
Yes. So as happens when you change practice, the question then comes, is this going to be the regularised approach, or is it going to be a one-off, or is it going to be annual? I'm very clear, we can't be ARAC without actually seeking to try and do things in the most economic way. So it will be once a year.
Okay, thank you. And I think with business committee, we got to a place of sort of reserving the right to have perhaps an annual in-person meeting without necessarily agreeing we would, given that it's much more routine. There's perhaps less call to do so. Any comments from others? Fiona.
Thanks, Susan. It's just to pick up on that point, I observed the ARAC meeting just so that I had a better understanding of what happens in them. And it turned out it was a particularly useful meeting to be involved in, not least because we were doing the audit. But I found it really helpful to have it in person. So if we were able to find a way of doing a business committee once a year like that, I think it would be valuable.
Thank you. Comments from others, both people on ARAC who might want to add to that or others who want to know more? If not, thank you very much, Tim, for chairing. Other members who sit on ARAC for lots of work this year. I'm afraid, I suspect it's going to be another busy year next year, but thank you for that. So we now turn to the reports from the chairs of the Food Advisory Committees. We've obviously heard both from Anthony and Rhian as we've gone along, where there have been some comments that WFAC and NIFAC have made on some of the items on the agenda. But this is really an opportunity for us to hear anything else which hasn't come up, or to just convey any particular interests or concerns that there may be. Anthony.
We had a NIFAC meeting last week. We were hosted by St Louise's Comprehensive College. We went along and we did a day on food in schools. So we heard from the teachers within the college who actually teach the GCSE and the A level in in nutrition and food science. Northern Ireland is the only place that does that, and they were saying that they feed into a great deal the agri-food businesses within Northern Ireland, that there's a good pathway for those children to go through. I just thought it was a very good area and something that we as a group may want to look at maybe the next time we visit Belfast and take that forward. We also heard from the Education Authority for Northern Ireland, who provide catering to the vast majority of schools in Northern Ireland, doing 160,000 meals per day, which is quite a big undertaking, about the nutrition and the understanding, but doing it on a budget and delivering it for £2.80 per child per day. So quite interesting areas, but that was the main thing. And the next meeting will be in January, where we will have a look at regulated products.
Great, thank you. And obviously the FSA is doing some work in relation to the school food standards in England. So we will hear about the outcome of that later. In Northern Ireland, of course, we have broader responsibilities for dietary health. And I know that when we heard from Andy Cole, the director, their Northern Ireland team are rethinking or refreshing the strategy for dietary health in Northern Ireland. So I'm guessing that looking at Anjali here as the director for that area, I'm guessing that some of those conversations about work in schools might feed into that. Anjali, did you want to add anything?
No, just to say I also went on the visit for that very reason, to tie it all up with the broader dietary health remit that we have in Northern Ireland, as well as the work that Katie's team are doing in England on school standards. So yes, it's all linking together.
Thank you. Comments from anyone else? If not, Rhian, over to you for the Welsh Food Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one for me. I'm very pleased to be at my first board. Thank you for the warm welcome from everybody. I'm also pleased to chair WFAC. I've had a couple of meetings now, one of which was an in-person themed meeting. And, there's a level of expertise there which is really deep and really broad. And I think we've got a lot we can draw out of that committee. And there's a real appetite amongst the committee to feed in, and really to feed in at that point where we're being strategic and where their voices can echo back to them potentially within the board papers that they see in due course. So they're really up for that. We've got one new member, I mentioned it earlier, Dave Holland, and at which point we're a full complement, so we have no vacancies at the moment. The themed meeting I mentioned was in October. It was on science and innovation, probably more of my comfort zone, perhaps, for my first themed meeting, and it was also at my place of work, at the Aberystwyth Innovation and Enterprise Campus, so it was, a gift. But we talked about, talking about themes. We had a presentation from the Aberystwyth University School of Veterinary Science. So the topic of this of official veterinarians was really discussed and turned over, and how we can contribute from Wales, as Wales is only vet school, how we can contribute on both recruitment and retention, and opening up that channel for it to be a part of the industry that people go into. We also heard from the oat breeders at Aberystwyth University, who have decades of experience of traditional oat breeding and the contribution that they make to the UK oat. I think they said about 70% of the oats that we consume in the UK are Aberystwyth University oats, which was fascinating, that breadth of knowledge. And then finally we heard about really interesting work going on about visual grading of eating quality of red meat, and the potential to roll that out in the UK, and learnings from Australia. So fascinating. And I would say we had quite a few attendees from general stakeholders regionally, so that was really pleasing as well. So there were conversation from them as well as the committee. But I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. I mean, I think that is a real example of the interest that there is in our work in the regions. Yeah, great to hear that. I should also say, just for the avoidance of doubt, the fact that the meeting was held on Rhiann's special topic and at her university had been completely organised almost a year ago, long before we realised that we would be appointing her to the board. But yes, as you say, a good way to warm up, and really delighted to have you in that role. Questions, comments from Hayley?
I think just on the oat breeders, really, although based in Wales, they're supplying nationally. Did they have any thoughts on PB from either side? Just wondered if that came up.
Well, I asked for comment on that as part of the presentation. I think it's fair that particular academic group was a little reticent to be drawn on the topic. I wouldn't read too much into that particularly, because as academics, they've got the full suite of technologies at their disposal in the research context. So, yeah, so we didn't get a chance to turn over the topic particularly, but the committee is sort of on that topic in terms of the challenges that Wales faces on that topic, particularly within the research.
Okay, any further comments or questions about the work in Wales? Anjali, anything you wanted to add on WFAC? Okay, well, that actually brings us to the end of all the scheduled items. Could I just ask if there's any other business that anybody wants to raise today? Fiona.
Small but I think important point. We are one down today, not a board member but a board apprentice. And I just wondered if there's going to be another person coming into that role.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yes, we have appointed a new board apprentice. So you'll recall that last time Judith Hanby was with us, Judith was actually part of the board apprentice scheme in Northern Ireland. This year there's a new scheme in England, and so we have appointed, well, we're not really involved in the appointment, but we have been allocated, I suppose is the way to describe it, a new board apprentice through that scheme who will join us in the new year. So she will be at the January retreat. And that's a one-year appointment, yeah. Thank you. So if there's nothing else from colleagues around the table, then I'm going to turn my attention to members of the public who've joined us today and who've sat listening to the discussions. If anybody has anything they want to raise, we've obviously had all of the written questions in advance, but if there's anything more anybody wants to ask now, they're very welcome to do so. Please can you give us your name and organisation? No, don't think we have any questions. So in that case, I'm going to, at 2:45, which is probably, well, it's a good while early, I'm going to draw the meeting to a close. Thank you all very much indeed. And as I said at the start, can I wish you all a very, very happy Christmas. Bye-bye.